power corrupts. But what happens when that power flows from bloodlines, prophecies, and fire that ruled continents? The answer is Westeros, a legacy of crowns and knives shaping history for millennia. Our story begins not with dragons or demons, but with men, oaths, and the march of time, kings rising, houses feuding, winters returning, until fate gathers threads into tapestry of thrones, ruin, and restless dreams. In the hush of the Dawn Age, before kings, keeps, and iron, Westeros breathed in a slower rhythm. Forests wore the land like a deep green cloak, rivers wandered without bridges, and mountains slept beneath mists. In that quiet, the children of the forest moved softly between roots and stones. They were small in stature, yet ancient in memory, eyes glimmering gold and green like sunlit pools. They carved faces into weirwoods, pale trees with sap red as blood, so the old gods could watch, recall, and witness. The children called themselves those who sing the song of earth. In caves and moonlit clearings, they learned the language of wind and water, feather and fur. They did not build cities. They threaded the world. Their houses were hollows, their halls were groves, and their maps were memories. And mountains slept beneath mists. In that quiet, the children of the forest moved softly between roots and stones. They were small in stature, yet ancient in memory, eyes glimmering gold and green like sunlit pools. They carved faces into weirwoods, pale trees with sap red as blood, so the old gods could watch, recall, and witness. The children called themselves those who sing the song of earth. In caves and moonlit clearings, they learned the language of wind and water, feather and fur. They did not build cities. They threaded the world. Their houses were hollows, their halls were groves, and their maps were memories. When they hunted, they took carefully and thanked the prey. When they fought, it was to protect the balance that kept rivers clear, herds strong, and snows honest. Greenseers were their deep listeners, born with skin pricked by seasons and dreams heavy with roots. A greenseer could slip the bounds of a single body. Through carved faces, they tasted rain in distant valleys, felt snow on far stone, and watched wolves pad through night forests. Some warged into beasts and wing, guiding packs, borrowing sight. Others sank into the weirwood slow remembrance, a river of before that ran beneath bark and stone. Weirwoods held a quiet terror. Their bark was bone white, their leaves like the hands of autumn, their sap a red that stained the mouths cut into their trunks. Faces were not decorations, they were windows. When a child's knife cut eyes, the tree learned to see. When it cut mouths, the tree learned to whisper in the language of creaking boughs and groaning snow. Bound by roots, groves became minds that spanned valleys, and a thought could travel from hilltop to riverbend like a secret. The land itself remembered. In the north, endless forests rose like cathedrals, floors thick with needles, aisles patrolled by ghostly elk and white wolves. The neck was a maze of reeds and green water, where frogs sang and the ground swallowed careless steps. To the west, the sunset sea broke itself in salt and foam. Islands crouched like sleeping beasts. In the east, mountains bit the sky, and glaciers gnawed rock to powder. The children roamed all of this, weaving paths that left almost no trace. Not all of their lore was gentle. They knew names of shadows, ways to bind them, songs that soothed storm, and blows that broke them. They shaped obsidian dragonglass hard and sharp into blades that drank moonlight. In night-lit caverns, they painted stories of beasts with too many eyes and winters that lasted lifetimes. They did not rule. They endured, shepherding the wild so it would not devour itself. Their counsels were circles, and their law was the memory of what had worked before. Seasons then had longer steps. Summers wandered lazily from coast to mountain and back again. Winters came gray and patient, teaching hunger to wolves and discipline to roots. The children read the sky not for conquest, but for care. When to burn a swath so young birches could rise, when to leave a valley untouched, when to follow caribou north, and when to stay. They traded news with ravens, and sometimes bears listened, blinking slow wisdom while berries stained tongues purple. Underhill beneath chalk and shale their caves ran deep. Some opened to sea grottos full of star glow, where night fish drifted like coins. Others ran under sacred groves, where roots met stone and drank stories. There the greenseers dreamed in beds of moss, faces lit by drip water and the faint, steady pulse of the world. Time braided strangely in those depths. A child might wake knowing the color of a dawn 500 years gone, or the taste of a storm unborn. In this age, there were no maesters, no ledgers, no lineages recorded with ink and wax. What mattered was the song, the feel of it, the way it guided hands and feet. A wrongness could be heard like a sour note. A rightness settled in the chest like warm bread. The children used stone not to raise walls but to mark promises, a ring for peace, a broken ring for warning, a spiral for paths that must be walked slowly. Every bargain bound the bargainers to the land as much as to each other. When people now kneel at God's woods, they kneel at the remnant of that old accord. The listening tree, the watching face, the red sap that is reminder and witness. The old gods are not distant. They are here, if here is the grove, the stream, and the snow curling around your boot. A prayer said to a weirwood is less a plea to power than a pledge to remember. In those moments, the past leans closer, leaves rustle with syllables older than empire, and the wind returns your breath colder, distilled, before iron and oath, before ravens carried words bound for war. Westeros was a fabric woven of branch, bone, and song. The children of the forest were the fingers at the loom. Patient and patient again, trimming little, adding slow. They did not imagine themselves alone. They felt the continent stir like a great beast rolling in sleep. Their greatest art was listening without haste and acting without glory. They measured victory not in crowns, but in the return of birds to a thawed fen. They were not immortal, only steady. They bled, loved, and quarreled. They learned the intricate courage of tending, the daily heroism of leaving enough. Against them the future gathered like far thunder, beyond the hills. Yet for a long while the dawn age held. The faces watched, the greenseers dreamed. Wolves taught their cubs the paths. Rivers kept their memory of snow, and the old songs arranged the world, note by careful note, into a harmony comfortable enough to cradle sleep. On starlit nights, owls stitched fields to forests with soundless flight. On misty mornings, deer breathed clouds and vanished like thoughts returning to roots. In summer, stones warmed and held the day's kindness for bare feet. In winter, frost wrote delicate letters no one but the trees could fully read. People would come one day with bronze, iron, smoke, and the ironclad habits of walls. But for now, the land was mostly listening. Streams gossiping, reeds whispering, trunks creaking, cliffs answering, a continent in conversation. The children kept its grammar and tuned its vowels. They knew the caution of marsh light and the dignity of old granite. They knew where thunder liked to linger and where snow chose to lie. They knew when silence meant safety and when silence meant a shadow was looking back. Westeros in the dawn was a school with no end, and they were both students and teachers. Ravens carried messages of weather, salmon mapped the sea in their bones, and wolves read the margin notes left in dew. Every living thing wrote a line. The Greenseers held the whole book in their minds. On coastlines, kelp drew dark signatures under green waves. In high passes, goats traced pale commas along the snow. The old gods were the binding, patient, and plain. The weirwood faces were the page edges, stained and thumbed by seasons. To live rightly in that world was to read often, speak softly, and remember generously. When storms toppled trunks, they planted saplings. When fires cleared thickets, they seeded herbs. When hunger thinned a herd, they left salt and sang thanks. Thus, the Dawn Age shaped itself, not by decree but by 1,000 modest choices, repeated with care. And beneath it all, the roots reached, touching, sharing, remembering a red-threaded library beneath the snow. Across a shallow, stony causeway that once linked Essos to Westeros, the first men came. They crossed in slow waves with herds, carts, and bronze-edged tools, following stars and seasons as the tide allowed. The Arm of Dawn, as later maps would name it, was then a spine of islands and flats exposed by fickle water. On wind-burned mornings, the line of travelers looked like ants, a patient column carrying language, law, and a hunger for land. They found forests vast as empires and rivers without bridges, a continent seemingly empty enough to welcome any claim. But Westeros was not empty. In its groves, the children of the forest watched faces they had carved and worn the roots. The first men did not hear those warnings. They felled trees for palisades and pastures and fed their fires with weirwood when other wood cut too slow. Bronze rang on living grain. Red sap bled from white bark and pooled in grass like spilled memory. With each grove toppled, the old songs lost another choir stall, and the forest's grammar frayed. News traveled quickly along root and raven. Flint arrows answered in the night. Snares caught horses that did not know the language of moss. When raiders slipped through reeds, a sudden flood erased their prints. The first men replied with shields and axes and the stubborn logic of walls. Thus began centuries of war, not one single campaign, but a grinding, intimate conflict of raid and reprisal stretching from the Bight to the Arbor. At first, the newcomers believed victory measured in clearings and smoke. They named hills and hammered posts, laid out rings and ditches, and taught their children to distrust faces carved in trees. But the children were patient, and the land was their ally. At the neck, where the causeway narrowed and reeds grew high as antlers, the marsh swallowed columns whole. Sudden mists birthed confusion. Bogs that bore a man's weight at dawn would gulp him at dusk. Grinning skulls looked up from black water like moons drowned twice. Stories say the Greenseers called down the hammer of waters, breaking the arm and drowning the low grounds, until the last safe stones vanished under restless tides. Whether that blow was single, many, or mostly story, the result endured. The passage closed, the neck became a maze, and the first men behind could no longer count on the steps of their kin ahead. In the far south, the sea gnawed coasts until capes broke into islands. In the far north, where forests spread without end, storms scoured clearings clean. The first men learned to respect tracks that were not theirs. They learned that ravens could be bribed, and that fish sometimes refused nets near faces carved in roots. And slowly, in places, fighting relaxed into wary coexistence. Some settlements left a tree standing in the center and promised their children would not scar it. Some bands of children traded obsidian for copper pots and salt. Yet grievances were deep. In winter, when meat was short, a single theft could unmake a season's trust. A rumor could unmake a decade. Barrow mounds rose over men and children alike. Groves stood scarred, faces bleeding, and the sky above the neck learned again and again to carry the smoke of burned thatch. Generations passed beneath banners no maester would ever record. Hardy kings without crowns ruled from ringforts of earth and wood, their boasts chiseled in runes on standing stones that sheep later rubbed smooth. They married, raided, feasted, bled, and built, and the line between kin and enemy shifted with each thaw. The first men's gods were old, and some were cruel, but the land corrected even cruelty. Those who hunted for sport starved in lean years. Those who cut every sacred tree invited storms that dropped lightning like verdicts. Over time, some learned different lessons. A chieftain with a sense for omens spared a godswood and lived long enough to watch his grandchildren play there. A hunter who left bread at a hollowed trunk found wolves less bold around his sheep. These were small accommodations at first, shrewd acts of survival. Then came the truth no spear could ignore. You could not win a war against your own winter and expect spring to welcome you. The children, for their part, saw a people who would not leave. They saw mothers steadying infants on new-made floors, boys learning a river's elbow, and girls learning how to coax cabbages from stubborn ground. Leaving every human settlement to rot would mean killing much more than hunger. It would mean defying the future outright, and the future, like tide and root, persists somewhere near the heart of the land, where waters meet and reeds carry whispers long distances. Leaders on both sides began to speak of peace. The tales agree on shape if not on detail. Messengers walked neutral paths with hands empty. Spears were laid flat at the edge of a sacred lake. Boats cut green reflections with careful paddles. On the Isle of Faces, they made the pact. Weirwoods there saw everything and still remember. The terms were as simple as they were profound. The children would keep the deep forests and sacred places. The first men would keep the open lands, the meadows, the shores, and the fields they had planted. The weirwoods would not be cut. The rivers would not be dammed without permission from those who sang their song. Disputes would be spoken before Faces, so that promises anchored themselves to old red site. In return, the children would teach some of their knowledge and share obsidian enough that men could shape it into gifts and tools. The first men would defend the groves when needed and learn to pray with silence as well as fire. The pact did not end human ambition, and it did not erase blood already spilled, but it made new language, boundaries, bargains, and blessings. Lords rose who were more than raiders, kings who were more than the biggest man with the loudest boast. From that soil grew the age of heroes, figures remembered in tales that tall men tell shorter than truth. Ring forts hardened into hill forts, which hardened into keeps. Runes blossomed into names that still cling to moors and brooks. Barrow mounds gathered whole lines under their grassy domes, and standing stones aligned with sunsets to remember the day a peace was sworn. Many first men bent their knees at Godswoods and found the old gods listening without scorn. A prayer was a breath, and so they learned to breathe slowly when asking for rain. A vow was a cut, and so they learned to keep it clean. Green seers taught only what would not break the world. They showed how to read a sky, how to taste snow for danger, how to speak to a raven without fooling yourself into thinking the raven spoke back. They did not give away the weirwood's innermost names. Still, men picked up gentler habits. They left offerings at tree roots and fetched water from springs without muddying their banks. And the children took on new caution. They avoided villages at night, let hunting grounds rotate, and carried treaties in the form of knots and carvings so memory could be held in other ways if trees fell. The pack's strength was not divine lightning, it was repetition. Season after season, neighbors tested, kept, and amended it. A lord who cut a grove found fewer friends when his storehouses burned. A clan that guarded a godswood during a hard winter found a greedy spring made generous by salmon. Step by step, people discovered that peace had profits. It saved time. It saved sons and daughters. It allowed for roofs that lasted more than a handful of winters, and for fields that could remember your grandfather's hand. Even the proud learn the relief of not always being afraid. From the neck to the green hills of the Reach, from the stony fingers of the Vale to the rain-licked lands of the West, the continent settled into a breathing pace. Walls rose, but so did customs. Oaths were forged in bronze and sung at harvest. Marriages linked valleys and forests. Paths that had once been ambush tracks became trade roads, salted with stories, guarded by shared fear of breaking promises. Bards carried the pact as surely as warriors guarded it. They sang of lakes reflecting spears laid flat, of weirwood faces watching as men and children swore to live with fewer fires and slower axes. They sang of a world larger than any single hunger, and slowly the first men's gods and the children's gods became the same gods, not new, not foreign, but present wherever bark whitened and leaves reddened in autumn wind. On the Isle of Faces the trees kept learning. Each autumn leaves fell like thousands of stamped seals, every one a reminder that peace must be renewed. Each winter the red against white trained memories to hold. Each spring new green grew around the old. Centuries would still see quarrels, duels, raids, and wrongs. No pact ends the weather in a heart, but it can guide its storms and show where to stand when rain arrives. In the long wake of that lakeside promise, a continent that had bled and burned learned a slower courage. The courage to share a shore, to leave a tree uncut, to hold your tongue, and to hold your word. Peace held. Winter is a teacher with cold hands, and once it taught the world a lesson so long that people called it the Long Night. It began quietly, like frost creeping along a window's edge. One autumn lingered too long. Snow came earlier than it should have and stayed thin at first, then heavy. Winds sharpened, the sun wandered lower, and day after day, light arrived late and left early. Winter, which had always visited and then moved on, set its pack down and unpacked its cruel arithmetic. Rivers slowed and grew scabs. of ice. Hearths burned faster than wood could be stacked. North of the world's shoulders, where forests had no end, a stranger cold walked between the trunks and spoke in a tongue that made sap retreat. Stories now called those walkers the Others. Whatever name fits them best, their truths were fear, stillness, and blue eyes that reflected men like distant stars. They came with silence, and where they passed, breath smoked harder, steel grew brittle, and courage worked like a light in a wind. Hunters lost trails that should have been obvious. Horses balked. Old dogs whined and crawled behind stools, listening to empty air. On moonlit nights, some swore they saw white shadows moving against snow, thin as blades and colder than truth. Arrows shattered against armor that looked like hoarfrost. Spears cracked in hands that needed them. Corpses stood up again with frost in their beards and hatred where hunger had been. The dead remembered orders too well. They marched without doubt. Villages vanished between dusk and dawn. Smoke at morning told neighbors everything and nothing. Mothers learned to bank their fires differently because some flames refused to catch when the air turned wrong. Men learned to sleep in shifts and carry lit brands on watch, for they discovered that darkness itself served an army. The pact held, but it had few answers for night without end. Children of the forest fought with shadows and song, but even old powers struggled when stars looked brittle and time itself felt stiff. Somewhere in this age of fear, when the world's breath plumed like a dying horse, men remembered a tale that later singers would call the story of the last hero. His name is lost, if he ever had a name that carried past his grandchildren. He had a small band, friends, a dog, a dozen companions, food for a journey, and a heart stubborn enough to mistake necessity for courage. He set out to find the children and their green seers, hoping that roots remembered a path through this winter nobody alive could read. Each day the snow deepened. Each night strange cold tried to teach lungs how to stop. His horse died, his friends died, his dog died. Arrows grew brittle, sword edges snapped, and fires refused to live. He was left with a knife, a bundle of hard bread, hands cut and cracked, and the idea that he had not yet tried everything. Something kept following, white shapes and colder airs. Tracks closed behind his boots as if the land wanted him forgotten. He learned to walk in starlight because daylight offered little more warmth. When he wept, his tears froze and marked him with temporary jewels. One evening, when the wind sang like wire and his hunger had eaten even the stories that usually soften hunger, he found a hollow where tree roots webbed a stone and made a low, humming shelter. He slept there and dreamt he was a child again, warm under skins. While snow fell outside like whispers he would later remember and not understand. When he woke, he was not alone. Small people with eyes like wet leaves watched him. They did not clap or croon. They did not flatter him with destiny. They gave him water that tasted faintly of bark and hands that felt like winter had chosen not to bite them. They listened to his story without interruption because the winter would not end faster for them to interrupt it. Then they gave him obsidian knives and taught him to find the spine of ice and press hard where its pride was thin. Songs were part of the gift, but so were silences. They showed him how fire could be nursed rather than struck, how breath could be a bellows instead of a boast, and how a lake's skin could be cut without letting the lake take you. Some tales say they sent a wolf with him, some say a raven, some say only the weight of their approval. He walked back into the dark, a little less alone. What happened next, the stories disagree about, because survival loves exaggeration and memory hates precision. Some say the last hero gathered men to his side and led them in a sharp, desperate raid that broke a line of ice where it thought itself immortal. Some say he crept into a sleeping white camp and did murder in a silence the dark did not notice. Some say he did not fight so much as endure, holding a high pass for weeks so families behind him could flee south. Whichever verse, the chorus is steady. He helped turn a tide that had seemed indifferent to turning, after his deeds, or because the world had simply reached the end of a breath. It grew possible to imagine dawn again. Battles followed, named and unnamed. People who had learned to wake with knives learned to wake with hope. Children fought beside men, and old women remembered where the lee of a wall caught sun. Arrows found seams. Dragon glass bit deeper than iron. The others learned that fire does not argue. They withdrew like a cold that a healer finally drives from a chest. And when at last day lengthened enough to count, when crows sounded like themselves again, and not like the scrape of bone, people looked north and said, "Never again if it can be helped." To give never again a backbone, they made an order. On a wind-scoured ridge at the world's crown, watchfires were raised and kept. Men who had seen too much cold took vows that gave their seeing a purpose. They called themselves the Night's Watch. Their oaths were plain and hard, a hedge against excuses. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold. I am the light that brings the dawn. The words taught a new kind of wealth. Duty measured not in silver or suns, but in nights kept and lives spared. Kingdoms that had only recently learned to be kingdoms agreed to send men, grain, and timber. They promised lands to feed the watch and a place in songs to feed its pride. Some came as honor, some came as punishment. All came to be cold. They set stones where frost would always find them and built in layers because walls made in one season alone will fail. Giants helped, the old songs say, heaving boulders like boys toss apples. Children of the forest helped. The same songs insist, coaxing ice to cling and wind to fear the height. Brandon the Builder's name appears in nearly every version. His presence a tool for human memory to grip. Whether he built with mason's eye, with sorcery, with giant hands, or with sensible work over sensible years, the wall rose. It rose until it could make its own weather. It cast a shadow that taught travelers humility. It held a cold that kept it honest with itself. When snow drifted on its crown, ravens looked like the punctuation on a sentence nobody, not even time, would argue. Behind it the gift spread, a stretch of south land granted to feed the watch. Planted and harvested by hands that paid their tithe in sacks rather than swords. Along the top, beacons waited to carry light across a horizon made of white. Below, castles studded the length, places with names that tasted of iron, wind, and purpose. Castle Black, Eastwatch by the Sea, the Shadow Tower, and more. many of which would later fall quiet as centuries sanded memory smooth. The watch set rules for food, for feuds, for wearing black, so men could forget the colors that once divided them. No crowns, no daughters, no inheritance of land. A night's work instead of a lifetime's accumulation. They buried their dead with a kind of grateful envy. For a time, with the others gone or dreaming, their war became maintenance. They shoveled, they patched, they learned. They buried their dead with a kind of grateful envy. For a time, with the others gone or dreaming, their war became maintenance. They shoveled, they patched, they learned snow, they learned ravens, they learned the sound of ice moving in the night. South of the wall, people resumed their arguments, as people will when allowed to survive long enough. Kings broke bread and then broke bones. Castle and snow, they learned ravens, they learned the sound of ice moving in the night. South of the wall, people resumed their arguments, as people will when allowed to survive long enough. Kings broke bread and then broke bones. Castles multiplied. The pack's habits persisted, and stories about the long night became bedtime caution rather than logistical plan. In summer, some laughed at the old fires. In winter, some remembered. And always the wall stood, which is the same as saying men stood upon it and did not leave. Multiplied. The pack's habits persisted, and stories about the long night became bedtime caution rather than logistical plan. In summer, some laughed at the old fires. In winter, some remembered. And always the wall stood, which is the same as saying men stood upon it and did not leave. When kings were distracted, the black cloaks thinned, and men stared longer at the dark between torches. Still the wall held. Like any tool, it worked when used and failed when neglected, and for long stretches men remembered to use it. Time turned terror to proverb. Grain came late in some years, and in some years not at all. Recruiters learned to speak to empty hands and guilty consciences. New vows were spoken by boys who thought themselves men, and by men who knew they had run out of better choices. Old vows were kept by the stubborn, the faithful, and the unimaginative. 3 virtues often mistaken for one. And under it all was the idea that dawn had been purchased once and could be kept on layaway with steady coin. That idea traveled well. It crossed from King's Road to Shepherd Path, from Hall to Croft. It sat at feasts like a reserved seat nobody dared occupy. It slept in the lullabies of the north. It walked the decks of fishing boats that hugged the eastern ice. It whispered at marriages and funerals. It flavored oaths sworn in godswoods and contracts signed in counting houses. A world reorganized by fear had learned to live in its wake, but the lesson never truly evaporated. It waited in the blue of shadowed snow, in the hush before a drift collapses, in the winter wind's glassy whistle. When the first man to forget the fire's value stood his watch, the second man remembered. When the second man scoffed, the third felt ashamed and set a second torch anyway. When the third grew lonely, a raven came because someone south had still kept a rookery. Thus, a chain of small decencies kept a far enemy far. At last, after so much cold, spring returned in a way people could trust. Herds fattened, ships sailed, orchards learned blossom again. Some storytellers place the battle for the dawn as a single great victory on a single named morning. Others believe victory was an accumulation of stubborn nights in 1,000 anonymous places. The truth likely respects both versions. What matters is not whether heroes wore one name or 6. What matters is that someone stood where fear wished nobody would stand and held long enough for someone behind to plant beans. Dawn did not erase winter. It put winter back in its crate. In the years that followed, stewards kept records, maesters wrote abridgments, and singers sanded the edges of horror into verses kind enough to sleep by. The others faded into cool legends told by fires that now belonged to men. The watch became an institution, which is the fate of any miracle that must last. And the wall stayed, proof that a warning can be made beautiful and terrible at once. When travelers first glimpsed it from the south, they stopped speaking for a while. When travelers first touched it from the north, they decided quickly whether to go around, go over, or go back. No monument explains itself as clearly as clean cold. Remembering is a craft. Some centuries practice it poorly, but the long nights seeded remembering with tools that break slowly. Oaths, stones, lines of men who teach new hands how to light old beacons. Even when pride, folly, or greed gnawed at the world, the idea held, we have seen night without end, and we have decided to put a ladder in it. That ladder had rungs called watch, wall, fire, duty, and dawn. And in quiet hours, when wind presses its ear to the eaves and ice pings in old buckets, the land still guesses the melody. In the long dusk after the long night, stories stood up like men and walked the earth. This is the hour remembered as the Age of Heroes, when bloodlines earned their names and winter learned our stubbornness. Not a single century, but a braid of generations, it was an age when memory wore a sword, and a promise could turn into a wall or a dynasty. They say the world inhaled, counted the living, and began to sketch the map of what people would later call Westeros. In the north, where forests keep counsel and snow keeps secrets, a mason with a vision big enough to argue with weather started shaping stone. Some songs give him giant companions. Others say the children taught him the language of weight and wind. Whether he measured with rope, with ravens, or with dreams, he is the face stories place on feats too large for crowds. Bran is linked with the wall, with Winterfell, with bridges that refuse rivers and roads that refuse storms. At Winterfell, warm springs rise from the earth, and Bran supposedly laid halls to catch that heat, a kindness as practical as it is poetic. He is said to have set God's woods as household anchors, so stone remembered to listen. In a land where cold keeps counsel, his work taught buildings to hold breath and men to hold fast. Whether one craftsman lived 1,000 lives in song, or 1,000 craftsmen found one life in memory, the effect is the same. The North gained shape, and shape learned to endure. Far to the west, where cliffs bite sea and sea bites back, cleverness wore a smile thin as a blade. Lan the Clever, fox of the Golden Lands, is the patron saint of locks left open by pride. Tales say he slipped into Casterly Rock by tunnels bored by the bones of old stone, or by stories whispered into ears until gatekeepers forgot why gates exist. He stole not only gold, the songs insist, but also certainty. The trickster is a teacher even when he lies. Lan's lesson is that arrogance misplaces its purse, and that a door left unguarded by contempt is an invitation. His children would mint that lesson into coin and courtesy both. Smiles became weapons, hospitality became a test, and the rock itself learned to roar only when necessary. If Bran is the patron of patience, Lan is the angel on the shoulder that says, "Try the handle before you break the hinge." Between steadiness and slyness, storms battered a youth who would not bow. On the southern capes, Duran met Elenay beneath skies so dramatic even memory blinks. She was sea and wind's daughter, or so people said, and her love offended the fathers of wave and gust. Their wedding feast bred tempests. Their first halls were ripped away like grass, and each time Durin built again. Timber to stone, stone to thicker stone. With every gale he learned the grammar of survival. At last, Storm's End stood. A contradiction made permanent, its huge curves shouldering aside the tantrums of gods. Here the Age of Heroes reveals its pattern. A person becomes a principle. Build until the sea grows bored. Smile until the vault opens. Place stones where cold cannot bully them. Songs gathered these principles and dressed them in names so grandchildren could inherit more than fields. The ethics are quiet beneath the boasting. Persistence, cunning, hospitality, oath-keeping, and the mischiefs, too. Trickery rewarded, vengeance sanctified, pride treated like a weather vane. Northmen hunted in whispering woods and feasted in smoky halls, whose beams remembered snow. River lords learned to arbitrate floods and marriages with equal patience. The Iron Islands, already listening to waves that speak in imperatives, practiced taking and being taken in turn. In the Vale, mountains taught small courts to look upward when deciding matters of ground. The Reach learned how grain becomes law. The Westerlands learned the exact weight of a promise measured against a bar of gold. The Stormlands learned how to lace stubbornness through stone. Nemeria's name belongs later to barges blazing on a foreign river and 1,000 ships cut down to ribs of ash, yet foreshadow walks ahead of fact. Even now, the Rhoyne is already teaching her people to travel and to choose dignity over despair. The Dornish sands are already practicing the art of welcome and refusal at once. The songs that will later carry Nymeria ashore have not yet been composed, but the harbors are rehearsing their echoes, and the deserts are practicing their patience. The children of the forest remain, fewer and farther between, carved faces watching as men assign themselves myths. The pact holds where it can. Green seers dream through seasons, catching glimpses of futures that behave themselves only long enough to be misread. The others have retreated beyond even rumor, leaving only the discipline of the Watch to keep their absence credible. In the space fear vacated, people invent new worries to balance the sky. Treachery, famine, neighbors too proud of new walls. Not every hero is a name on a map. Some are women who held the keys to winter cellars and knew the arithmetic of salt and smoke. Some are men who listened to grandmothers, learned where ice goes first on a roof and where ice never forms. Some are maze makers of city streets, keepers of guest right. The first master of ravens in a tower, later called first only for convenience. Their songs did not travel as far, but their customs did. Customs endure longer than throats that sing them. We measure the age by the houses it seeded. Stark, anchored to winter and memory. Lannister, minted in guile, then hammered into coin. Durrandon, committed to outliving weather. Arryn, high and austere as the eagles they admired. Gardner, who knew grain's quiet empire. Mud, Hoare, Dane, Hightower. Names that became architectures of belonging. Each held a founding tale that instructed descendants how to conduct themselves when storms arrived in iron or in rumor. Even their failures taught. Gardeners who overwatered, kings who mistook oaths for ornaments. Bran the Builder's shadow falls long. It blesses bridges and curses shortcuts. It whispers to craftspeople that beauty is a form of patience. Stones set right become sermons about time. Lan the Clever's shadow winds narrower, a ribbon knotted around wrists when nerve runs thin. Durin's shadow gallops alongside every storm breaking on the cape, a dark laugh inside spray that says, "Try again." There are monsters in these stories, as in all honest stories. Krakens large enough to misunderstand, giants tender and terrible, cold things that look like knives invented by ice, and warm things that look like men until hunger redirects them. There are miracles as well, towers that do not fall, halls that stay warm for reasons stewards assign to flues, but singers know belong to luck. Fields that yield a little more because a child smiled at them. The age of heroes is where the improbable earns a desk in the household. Winterfell's fires teach one lesson. Casterly Rock's vaults teach another. Storm's End's granite teaches a third. Between them, a culture learns how to argue with fate, with wood, with wit, with wall. Oaths bloom and bind. Guest right becomes holy. Theft becomes art. Fortification becomes philosophy. If a person can be sainted for laying stones in the right curve, another can be sainted for laying words in the right order. Laws begin to grow moss on them. Banners begin to remember wind. Dogs learn to sleep on the thresh in the shape of their master's hopes. In this age, sleep is easier, not because threat has ended, but because names have begun their work. Bran, Lan, Durin. Labels you can hang on the hooks of night. When a window rattles in a gale, you say Durin and trust the lintel. When a cousin smiles with too many teeth, you say Lan and count your cups. When frost writes lace on the sill, you say Bran and fetch another log. A story is a tool. The age of heroes made plenty, and people used them until they fit the hand. What the age truly found was rhythm, a pattern for how people ought to behave toward land, neighbor, guest, and God. It was not all nobility. Cruelties found banners and bards to flatter them. But even cruelty, put into couplets, sometimes softened into cautionary proverb. The net effect was a continent humming with remembered advice. If the Dawn Age taught listening, the Age of Heroes taught speaking with intent, naming, swearing, boasting, blessing. That chorus follows us still, steady as a heartbeat beneath later wars and later kings. Sleep now, the stories will stand guard. In the soft afterglow of the heroic age, Westeros learned new alphabets for power. Steel began to matter as much as stories, and faith traveled with the blade. From across the narrow sea, men from Andalos looked westward, seeing not only green shores but promise, land to plow, towers to claim, gods to enthrone in halls that smelled of oak smoke and damp stone. Before their keels cut foam, the continent had already arranged itself in a first men cadence. Old gods watched from carved faces. Kings of winter, rivers, and mountain valleys traded oaths with guest right and revenge. The Andals did not land as blank slates. They brought mothers' lessons and hill country proverbs, bright new work in metal, and septons who could speak all day without drawing blood. Their banners showed 7-pointed stars. Their blades, etched with runes, were the kind that remember hands. The first men had bronze and certainty. The Andals offered iron, songs, and an idea that 7 faces could look kindly upon conquest. The first heavy footprints pressed into the Vale. Cliffs that had shrugged off storms could not shrug off persistence. Mountain roads became arguments, then gates. Runestone and the old bronze kings suffered the slow logic of steel. Andal chieftains, with septons advising them like weather, took hold. They married where marriage opened doors, and fought where doors slammed. Castles changed tongues. Maesters later traced whole bloodlines back to a smile at a wedding, and a sword passed over bread and salt. The Eyrie rose in those years, airy and impossible, announcing a new arithmetic to the sky. piety, patience, iron, and altitude. The faith of the seven settled in like a house cat, at once comforting and capable of scratching when crossed. As the Vale revised its story, the Riverlands learned to translate it. Lordships along green banks discovered that septs could anchor a village as surely as a god's would, and that a knight with a blessing may ride further than one without. Riverrun, with its gates that thirsty rivers adore, balanced two calendars, harvest and war, while septons lit candles for both. The Andals there were quicker to trade barley for betrothals and armor for truces, because flat lands dislike long sieges. Hedge knights and sworn brothers gave new names to old courtesies. The words sir and sept were stitched into daily bread. The trident became a classroom where iron debated bronze, and both learned that water keeps the final book of minutes. In the Reach, where fields roll like green rehearsals for plenty, the Andal language of knighthood felt almost native. Chivalry found orchards the way bees find blooms. Gardener kings courted bright steel for their harvest festivals and for their borders, and the Seven found many chapels worth their steps among vineyards and villages. Old gods were not entirely exiled. They learned to share shade with carved saints. Roads improved under the habit of tourneys. Markets learned to clap when lances shattered. The Reach made feasts out of compromise, and its banners high with grain became banners heavy with practice. Win with grace, lose with grace, ride again when the dawn says so. Only the North kept its older weather. It accepted the faith politely, but kept kneeling to trees that remember. Winterfell's heart tree continued its red-eyed watch while a few septs scattered like shells along a cold shore. Knights there wore furs over oaths. Old laws held the room, and the Seven could be guests without becoming hosts. When Andals rode in with blessings and bright swords, they discovered snow listens to different sermons. Walls, wolves, and winter mute grand speeches, and the people remained first men with iron in their hands, but old gods in their bones. The Iron Islands, stubborn as rust, nodded to the Seven with the politeness a storm shows a lantern. Drowned men do not convert easily. The Andals who stayed learned that a sept must be nailed down harder than elsewhere, and a preacher must love salt. Some knights wore the seven-pointed star through spray and found their vows tested by raids conducted like rituals. Faith changed less there than vocabulary did. The drowned god neither forbade nor blessed chivalry. He simply drowned and demanded rising again. The faith of the Seven altered more than banners. It brought a grammar for conduct that people could practice daily. The mother at births, the father at judgments, the warrior before charges, the smith in workshops, the maiden at betrothals, the crone at crossroads, and the stranger in every silence no one wanted to name. Septs became calendars of virtue, stained glass telling newcomers how to stand. Septon and scepter walked like weather between farms, setting quarrels to rest by reminding the proud that even kings kneel before candles when children are sick. For the first men, compromise tasted like smoke. For the Andals, victory tasted like bread, dipped in wine. Over time, they learned each other's flavors. Mixed marriages grew common. Oaths were written that remembered both trees and altars. In law, a balance emerged. Judges spoke with the father's cadence, yet kept the weirwood's patience. Names combined and recombined, mud beside Mallister, Blackwood beside Bracken, proof that rivers can run parallel and still exchange fish. The land itself changed voices, speaking in both dialects at once. While these westward stories braided, another people listened downstream on a giant's road of water. The Rhoynar lived by the Rhoyne, cities like bracelets on a long brown arm, ruled by princes and priestesses who read the river's moods the way some read the wind. They loved terraced gardens, turtle-shell barges, and laws like gentle weirs. Slow the torrent, do not stop it. War came to them like a drought broken by storm, for east of their green towns lay Valyria, an empire of roads that did not sink and dragons that did not tire. Valyria began modestly, or so later histories reassure us. A handful of shepherd families on the Smoking Peninsula learned that the Fire Mountains hatched winged answers to impossible questions. Dragons were tamed and then partnered. Blood learned new confidences, or learned to obey new temperatures. The freehold spread not like a single army, but like a habit. Colonies seeded, roads fused and gleamed, languages braided into High Valyrian, and tribute flowed toward the 14 Flames. Against Old Gis, they fought 5 great wars and erased Harpy banners with fire. Against lesser neighbors, they offered choice: join the road or feel its heat. The Andals knew Valyria as a rumor and as a neighbor. Their own homeland of Andalos lay north of the Smoking Lands, a realm of hills, hardy orchards, and towns that taught boys to hold shields, and mothers to name 7 graces before supper. Some Andals sold bright steel to Valyrian factors and bought trinkets made by sorcery-clever hands. Others steered clear, sensing that fortunes won too quickly burn the purse. When bands of their people began sailing west, they did so partly to escape neighbors who used sky as infantry. A small boat is courage. A dragon is policy. Back along the Rhoyne, resistance found 2 voices. Some princes counseled patience, a river's revenge measured in sand. Others called for spears held high on barges that burned like brief suns. Nymeria, a princess with the river's patience and the hurricane's capacity for action, looked at maps like a woman looks at weather. She saw that fighting Valyria on water was like fighting fire with paper, so she gathered her people not for war, but for leaving, a strategy as bold as any charge. 1,000 ships is a phrase that wants exaggeration, yet that is the size remembered. Boats of every jaw and accent, rafts, barges, skiffs, trading cogs, homes unmoored on a conviction that survival is movement. Nymeria led them not in a straight line, but in migrations, to basilisk snags, to Sothorios fevers, to islands that pretended welcome, and to seas that forgot gentleness. She burned ships when land finally promised safety, to persuade hearts that courage should face forward. That ash became policy. Dawn received them with arguments. Its princes kept long memories and longer spears, and the desert prefers strangers who learn slowly. Mors Martell, whose son and spear already knew how to share horizon, saw in Nymeria a queen worth following and a people worth defending. They married. That wedding stapled 2 chronicles into one. Fights followed, as they must when water meets sand. Ironwoods bristled, Danes drew myth-bright swords, and Dornish hills learned new words for ally and rival. Yet the settlement took, for Nymeria governed like a gardener who understands drought. She changed succession customs, so daughters and sons stood alike in law. A Rhoynar bequest still stubborn in the south. She taught that water is wealth and that treaties are wells that must be kept clean. She made spears and sandals the uniform of pride rather than scarcity. Martells learned to rule not by grinding opponents into dust, but by teaching them how to share shade. Unbowed, unbent, unbroken reads like defiance, yet it is also irrigation. Bend water everywhere, break thirst nowhere. Nymeria's arrival did more than enlarge Dawn. It embroidered Westeros with a third thread. First men gave the land its bones. Andals taught it prayers and plates. The Rhoynar gave it heat, gardens, music, and a law that uses patience as mortar. Elsewhere, septs rang bells for weddings. In Dorne, water gardens whispered. Elsewhere, knighthood preferred lances. In Dorne, spears told their own clean truths. Elsewhere, the stranger frightened. In Dorne, masks and mirages taught children that every face can be met with courtesy and careful feet. All the while, Valyria continued its wide sentence. Straight roads like lines underlining itself, colonies like commas. Dragon lords named months by campaign and measured distance by flight. The doom had not yet arrived, so maps arranged themselves around Valyrian certainty. They paved causeways over marsh and through forest, folded mountain passes into their grammar, and exported law harder than iron. A freedman in Volantis could dream in copper and become a magistrate. A tyrant in Mantares could mistake cruelty for cleverness and still find patrons so long as tribute reported on time. For Westeros, Valyria was still a caution read at the end of the day. Septs warned against pride that rides. Lords bought trinkets from Essosi merchants and told children as the candles went out that dragons once lived and might again. Knights who looked east did so with curiosity and a prayer that the narrow sea remains a moat for giants. The Andals had arrived without fire made flesh. That mercy allowed Westeros to take their faith without swallowing their fear. Not every region welcomed equally. The North continued to count its winters by heartbeats under bark. The Ironborn baptized themselves in cold. But even there, an Andal-Hedge knight might find supper if he kept his stories small and his blade respectful. Customs found compromises sharper than steel. Guest right remained sacred. Oaths remained binding. Insults received answers in the grammar both peoples now understood. Meanwhile, in Essos, Valyria's strength deepened like evening. New dragons joined the ledger. Workshops shaped steel flecked with spells and stone that remembered who woke it. Scholars perfected engines of administration, tallies for grain, ashlar standards for bridges, legal formulas as precise as a smith's strike. The freehold thought itself an answer. It did not yet suspect that questions were also multiplying in the dark. Seen from the moon's slow pace, 3 currents are visible. Andals brought a faith that could be recited in kitchens and armored on battlefields. Rhoynar carried a culture that could make a harsh land merciful. Valyria grew into a storm that taught the world to measure itself against fire. These streams met and swirled without yet colliding fully. The continent, half listening to trees and half to bells, set table for tomorrows. And far away, on a rocky outpost looking west, one Valyrian family would soon decide that distance can be a kind of wisdom. On a basalt throne above a narrow sea, a family waited out the end of a world. Dragonstone rose like a black wave frozen mid-crash, its towers shaped into talons and gargoyles by artisans who knew both mortar and myth. Smoke curled from vents where the rock still remembered fire. Below, surf rehearsed the same arguments it had brought to other capes for ages, and gulls officiated lightly. Into this volcanic hush came exiles who were not yet exiles. Valyrians who had left home early, bringing dragons to a damp, wind-rattled refuge at the very lip of Westeros. The story names Enar Targaryen as the man who chose distance, but the choice began in a mind that listened. Daenys, his daughter, dreamed what none wished to hear: roads boiling, mountains opening, cities sobbing steam, and dragons lost to skies that refuse to carry them. Visions are awkward in prosperous houses. They arrive like uninvited guests wearing the future's face. Einar believed, and belief rearranged luggage. He sold townhouses and vineyards, bought ships and stubbornness, and sailed west with blood, riders, and books that smelled of dust and danger. Behind them, the 14 flames kept their regular breathing. Before them, an island learned a new language, High Valyrian spoken through salt. Dragonstone greeted them the way a keep greets anyone who understands heat. Kilns and forges took to humming. Caverns altered their echoes to accommodate draconic sleep. Towers discovered the value of terraces wide enough for a landing. Velaryons on nearby Driftmark and Celtigars on Claw Isle. Other Valyrian houses who had traded on the narrow sea since before some histories begin, became partners in practicality. Ships stitched the trio together, ore in, grain in, gossip in, obsidian out, worked iron out, confidence out. Septs were few, godswoods fewer. Here the Targaryens practiced a quieter liturgy: census, storehouse, saddle, flame. Dragons do not love to be far from volcanoes. Yet the island's hot veins, the stoked hearts under its black crust, impressed even creatures hatched in smoke. They curled under arches carved to look like ribs. They stretched wings on cliffs where wind practiced catch and release. Names learned the stone: Balerion, whose shadow occupied courtyards; Vagar, who preferred the high ledges; Meraxes, impatient and curious. Handlers learned every grumble. Children grew up able to tell the difference between hunger and boredom from the pitch of a reptile's breath. Across the narrow sea, the freehold continued its imperial arithmetic. Valyrian roads shone. Its colonies sent coin and quarrels for arbitration. Its dragon lords measured ambition in flight hours. And yet, a quiet crack had already started in the Peninsula Stone, one that no tallyman would notice and no priestess could seal. Empires keep calendars that never include terrible birthdays. The doom arrived without ceremony. The 14 flames erupted not like torches, but like gods deciding to change the subject. Pyres big enough for cities rose, and the air became a weapon. Whole legions turned to chalk. Languages burned so thoroughly that even their curses forgot themselves. On Dragonstone, the answer felt like relief and like responsibility. Dennis's visions had bought time. Time purchases choices. Einar's line now held dragons and distance, while rivals across the water clutched at tatters. The Targaryens became powerful not by ruling the ruin, but by having predicted it well enough to stand aside. They rode the island the way veterans ride a steady horse, not showy, but ready. New septs rose, quiet and practical. Valyrian rites continued in household shrines because the stranger across the sea had taken the rest. Children growing on Dragonstone learned 2 alphabets: the calligraphy of fire and the block letters of tide. They practiced patterns that a continent had neglected. Maesters later would speak of a Western orientation, but to islanders it was simply looking at the weather that mattered. Ships sailed often to Blackwater bays and stormy capes, charts filled with notes about welcoming beaches, unfriendly shoals, and towns that sold good onions. Aegon played with wooden keeps and a map table. His sisters learned falcons and flames. Velaryon captains brought gossip better than spies. Which lord had feuds too old to forget? Which castles were handsome but foolish? Which harvests could support sieges if winter nodded yes? The island itself behaved like a tutor. Storms taught patience, mists taught listening, earthquakes taught modesty. Dragonstone did not flatter pride. It asked riders to earn every turn. When a young prince became careless, a gust corrected him. When a dragon grew contrary, a cliff insisted on respect. Food stores were counted with winter in mind, even when summer sprawled indolently. Under that regimen, the household developed a habit of sufficiency. Enough grain, enough coal, enough sworn spears, enough boats that could be made into fire ships if the moment demanded spectacle. From Dragonstone, all this looked like a board already set for a careful hand. Valeria's fall had untied the leash attached to dragons. With leash gone, they were neither pet nor parade, but instrument. Enar's grandchildren understood that conquest could be a mercy if it replaced many feuds with one sovereign. It could also be a disaster if done with arrogance. Island lessons argued for the slower arithmetic: survey, sound harbors, choose allies, make marriages, keep promises where possible, and when impossible, keep the appearance of keeping them. The dragons themselves aged into their roles. Balerion grew like a problem you are glad to own. Vhagar and Meraxes lengthened like shadows late in gentle afternoons. Their flights mapped the shape of the realm to come: capitals, crossings, islands that pretend solitude, rivers that enjoy surprise. Smiths learned to make chains that would not panic at heat. Falconers learned to time release around thermals. A stable boy learned that ore can be shoveled like manure, with care, patience, and a broom long enough to keep your fingers intact. In the wake of the doom, there were other Valyrian remnants: triarchs in Volantis who painted tigers and elephants on policy, magisters in Lys who governed perfume, princes in Pentos who governed until they did not. None had dragons bred to hills that breathe. None had a map table whose curves a patient young man traced with 2 fingers while listening to the sea. None had a seer whose nightmare had already paid for the future's down payment. Those advantages waited quietly beside a coil of chain and a pile of letters. So the board set itself. Western winds grew familiar with 3 great shapes carving lazy lines across the sky. Harbors from White Harbor to Sunspear began hearing rumors that sounded like lullabies sung by Flint. The tale was simple: an island with fire, a family with focus, and a continent with too many languages for peace. When the hour finally rang, the first beat would not sound like invasion so much as completion, an answer to feuds older than their participants. Dragonstone had stored the breath for it, and the world had run short of patience. Before the dragons crossed the narrow sea, Westeros was a patchwork of proud crowns, iron oaths, and ancient grudges. The north kept to its cold gods and colder kings. The Riverlands bled beneath iron towers. The Reach fattened on grain and song, and the Stormlands braced against gales that seemed to carry the voices of drowned gods. Across the water on stone-dark Dragonstone, Aegon Targaryen watched, waited, and measured a continent with a conqueror's patience. He was not the first Dragon Lord to dream of more than one island's worth of sky, but he was the first to bind dream to discipline. He was a man of long views and short words, a king before the crown. Aegon was flint and discipline, tempered by a strange calm. He shared his life and fate with 2 sisters, Visenya, steel and smoke, and Rhaenys, music and flame. Their bond was a trinity forged in Valeria's old ways: 3 riders, 3 dragons, 3 wills braided into one design. Balerion the Black Dread carried Aegon on wings wide enough to shadow keeps. Vhagar bore Visenya, relentless as winter. Meraxes delighted in Rhaenys' daring, bright and hungry. Where other lords counted hosts, Aegon counted embers and wind. He began with a table and a fire. On the black stone of Dragonstone he had a wooden map carved, the painted table a coast and its rivers raised beneath the hand, a mountain's ridge catching lamplight like a promise. Aegon set his palm over the mouth of Blackwater Bay and claimed it first in name. He did not send envoys with riddles or threats. Instead, he sent a sign, a ring forged in fire for loyal lords yet unnamed, a sword's shadow for any who stood in his path. Then he crossed, not with legions, but with a hard small corps that moved faster than fear could travel. The first feet to muddy Westerosi sand in Aegon's service were sail sails, oarsmen, and sworn swords bound by oath rather than love. They raised palisades on the Blackwater's mouth and staked out a rude fort of logs and hope. Aegon landed with banners of red and black, his sigil salt stiff in the sea wind, and named the hill where he stood Aegon's High Hill. Some called the choice madness, no castle, no walls, no allies beyond the bay. But that was the point. He meant to make the heart of his realm where no older heart could poison it. The storm came immediately. The lords of the Vale, the Stormlands, and the Reach watched the smoke and weighed the threat. The Riverlands watched Harrenhal cast its long shadow and waited for the first stone to fall. The North watched everything, then closed its fist around its own weather. Yet the first to meet Aegon were nearer, the petty kings of the Blackwater's shores and the lands around. They rode banner-proud and loud, confident in the strength of numbers. Aegon mounted Balerion, dark as a moonless well, and answered confidence with scale and scream. The ground itself seemed to bow when the black dread passed. Men who had never feared fire feared it as a living thing that day. Surrender came like rain in a summer squall, sudden, scattered, then swelling. Houses with little to gain from stubbornness declared for the dragon. Aegon accepted with courtesy and a notable lack of cruelty. He sought oaths more than heads, hostages more than screams, and roads more than ruins. Not because he was gentle, he was not, but because he understood that fear could win a battle, and trust could win a continent. He posted builders alongside men-at-arms. He claimed ferries and fords, not merely thrones and towers, and he paid for grain to move from places of plenty to places of need. Not all messages are welcomed. Harren the Black, Lord of the Iron Islands and would-be King of the Riverlands, had poured a kingdom's lifeblood into a monstrous castle on the God's Eye, Harrenhal, a fortress of pride, cruelty, and stone stacked against the sky. He deemed dragons a tale for children and the weak. Aegon answered with ash. Balerion's shadow fell over towers still warm from the mason's hands. Fire found the dry heartwood within Harrenhal's bones. Stone screamed. Iron men melted in their armor. Pride learned what heat does to hubris. When the flames died, the Riverlands bent the knee not to terror, but to the plain arithmetic that Aegon's peace offered a better life than any iron rack could guard. So it went, tide to tide. In the Reach, the gardeners mustered bright lines of lances and banners that smelled of honey and crushed grass. In the Stormlands, the Durrandons rattled thunder through the hills and swore their storm would never be broken by foreign skyfire. The Lannisters of the Rock hoarded gold and sharpened swords, willing to buy time or victory as seasons allowed. The Vale kept to its eagle's eyrie, gate barred by heights that dragons mocked. Aegon did not run from power. He walked toward it with a pace that punished indecision in his enemies. The Field of Fire made the choice. On those dry, shivering grasses where the Reach marched beside the rock, two proud kings set their lines and called their men to glory. Sun hammered down. Shields glowed, Spears bristled like a wheat field of steel. Then the dragons came together for the first time in war. Balerion descended like night falling at once. Vhagar carved lines of heat through ranks that had never broken. Meraxes danced low, wild, and lethal. Fire swept the plain. Air boiled. Courage fled. When the smoke lifted enough for men to recognize each other, the field was less a battlefield than a burnt ledger. The kings of the Reach and the Rock yielded their crowns. Highgarden knelt. The Rock bowed its head in calculation and in awe. Victory did not dull Aegon's caution. He knew the sword could win obedience, but law kept it. He began to knit what he had taken, granting new titles that answered to none of the old crowns, confirming lands to the quick and the loyal, moving carefully around the wounded pride of great houses that had bent, not broken. He sent Rhaenys south to the sands, where the Rhoynar spirit of dawn lay coiled in patient heat. Visenya turned her cold eye eastward to the Vale. Aegon himself rode west and north, a court on wings and hooves. The Vale's defenses were words written on mountains, yet even Ares can be reached when dragons are patient and riders are bold. Visenya took Vhagar high into a sky so thin it seemed to break. She landed in the Ares' airy heart, blade bare and courtesy sharper still. The falcon bent to fire without a battle. A child lord knelt, and the Vale's talons folded, for now. In the west, the Rock's lords measured the charred wind of the field of fire and decided that gold shines safest beneath a dragon's wing. Treaties were drafted like careful sonnets. It was dawn that taught Aegon what conquest cannot do. Rhaenys loved speed and risk and song. She thought perhaps the sands would love a queen with a dragon. They did not. Sunspear answered with silence and scattering. There was no army to burn, no gate to batter, only shadows, whispers, and knives in the night. Aegon's banners took castles that turned to smoke the moment they passed. Rhaenys died in a sky of scorpions' quarrels, Meraxes screaming as she fell into the bones of a city. Grief made Visenya iron, Aegon stone. Yet even then Aegon measured and did not throw good lives after bad ground. He could scorch a kingdom, but he chose a treaty written years later over a victory written in salt. After fire, iron. Aegon knew that crowns are masks until a throne gives them weight. He chose neither the Eyrie nor the Rock, neither fair Oldtown nor green Highgarden, neither Storm's End nor Winterfell. He chose the river mouth where he had first set foot, and upon that hill of mud and intention, he forged a symbol no one could ignore. He ordered the swords of his defeated foes brought to him, thousands of blades, each with a story of pride and loss. He set Balerion to work. The Iron Throne rose from red metal and memory, a seat that punished complacency with its very shape. Oldtown tested him in a different way. There the high towers tended light for the world's ships, and the faith of the Seven spoke with a voice older than many crowns. The High Septon weighed dragon fire against doctrine. Aegon did not seek a war with gods. He knelt in the starry Sept's colored light and accepted an anointing that washed ash from conquest and gilded force with blessing. He took a crown the faith could live with, and in return granted the faith privileges it could not have wrested with swords. It was a bargain as old as temples, made new under dragons. In the north, the long memory of Winterfell considered a southern fire. The Stark King marched, winter banners catching pale sun, wolves at heel, and honor in his marrow. On the banks of the Trident, the two lines met. Aegon raised a hand, Balerion raised a shadow. Men raised eyes and felt their courage thin. The Stark chose his people over his pride and knelt. Aegon offered him back his name, his gods, his snows, and his dignity. The North bent without breaking. That was the shape of Aegon's realm, old bone and new sinew, stitched with oaths that could breathe. From that breathing came roads and measures, and the beginnings of a capital. King's Landing grew from palisade to stone, from smell of pitch to sound of coin. Ditches became streets, markets flowered where tents had flapped. The Red Keep climbed its hill in stages, every brick another promise that the realm would not drift back into 7 quarrelsome islands of rule. Aegon replaced old leagues and measures with something closer to one, hammered out coinage that spoke with a single face, invited maesters to speak truth even when truth annoyed. Visenya, relentless, founded a force that did not belong to any lord. The gold cloaks to keep the streets honest, the king's guard to keep the king alive. Their oaths were to the crown rather than the person, yet the crown now had a person heavy enough to hold them. She forged Dark Sister as much as she wielded it, a symbol that the steel at Aegon's left hand was narrow, keen, and merciless when it must be. Rhaenys, absent in death, remained present in memory, her songs sung in markets and her laughter echoing in the halls that she never saw completed. Not every wound closed. The faith grew uneasy with a king who had wed his sisters. Septons whispered in private what they did not dare shout in public. The small folk counted their blessings in full bellies and fewer raids, then muttered about dragon's pawn when the wind sounded strange. Lords smiled in court and schemed in halls that still remembered other kings. Aegon managed this dissonance with patience, with tokens, with firmness, and with public mercy that felt like strength rather than softness. He punished treason but forgave sulks. He remembered names. He kept promises where they cost him least, and coin where it bought him most. The last embers of resistance flared and were stepped on. Dorne's peace became precedent for other stubborn places. If fire could not take it, marriage or parchment might. If pride needed an audience to kneel, Aegon gave it one. Crowded courts and clasped hands, the public theater of submission. If pride needed privacy, he arranged it. Dawn meetings beside still water, a promise carried by a single raven. He built the realm like a shipwright shaping oak, shaving, steaming, bending, setting a keel that could take a wave square and keep its line. In the end, the conquest was less a single war than a change in weather. Storms came, storms passed, and what remained was new air. Aegon's genius was practical. He knew power when to brandish, when to sheath, when to turn into law, and when to soften with right. He trusted that people remember kindness longer than terror. But terror keeps promises. He sat a throne that reminded him, and everyone else, that kings bleed if they forget what forged their seat. The Iron Throne was uncomfortable by design. So was ruling. Thus, a continent of rival songs learned a chorus. The wolf kept winter, the stag kept storms, the lion kept the rock, the rose kept gardens, the falcon kept the heights, the fish kept rivers now freer of iron rent collectors, the sun and spear kept their heat, the dragon its sky. Above them all, a crown of black and red, no older than a generation and already deeper rooted than many that had led men to ruin. Aegon the Conqueror won with dragons, but he kept with judgment. The realm he wrought would shudder and sing under his heirs, but it would remember his foundations whenever the wind shifted. Conquest ends with ash and oaths. Rule begins with arguments no sword can settle. Aegon's last years were measured in edicts and roads rather than battles, and when he died, the dragons did not roar in triumph. They circled low and uncertain, as if testing the air for new weather. The crown passed to Aenys, his son by Rhaenys, gentle by nature and generous in spirit, a singer's king in a realm that still smelled of burned fields. He had dragons, yes, but he had doubts, and the realm could smell those too. Aenys wanted harmony between the old laws of 7 kingdoms and the new will of one. He rewarded those who had bent the knee, married wisely as he could, and sought to reconcile faith to fact. Yet the very proof of his blood, the marriage customs of Valyria, offended the faith of the 7. A king wed to his kin could be a conqueror. A peacetime king asking the same indulgence became a scandal. Septons murmured, sparrows gathered. Whispers turned to shouts as small folk who had welcomed order balked at incest dressed in silk and ritual. The faith-militant warriors' sons and poor fellows had long enjoyed privilege and pride. Under Aegon they muttered, under Aenys they marched. Swords with 7-pointed stars reappeared openly, and pious steel asked questions Dragonflame could not answer without costing the soul of the new order. Lords who had been beaten by fire saw an opportunity to win by prayer. They encouraged zeal where it hurt rivals more than themselves and hid their politics behind scripture. Aenys hesitated. Each pause emboldened foes and frightened friends. Rebellions bloomed like weeds wherever old grievances found new shelter. Crackdowns in the Vale, flare-ups in the Stormlands, restive shouts in the Crownlands themselves. The King's Council urged firmness, his heart urged mercy, his body failed under the strain. Paler, thinner, coughing, he fled the clamor for quiet and solace. He went to Dragonstone, cradle of Targaryen power, where the wind speaks Valyrian through gargoyle mouths, and the sea keeps secrets in black glass coves. He died there, and the realm shuddered again. Succession as a principle had been announced by Dragonfire, but succession in practice is always a knife's edge. Aenys' son was young. Aenys' brother was not. Visenya, still iron, still incisive, set aside patience and crowned her son Maegor with her own hands, not with a Septon's oil. Crowned by a dragon, some said. Crowned by a mother, others whispered. Crowned by necessity, explained those who feared chaos more than cruelty. Maegor was storm, not rain. He respected fear and very little else. Where Aenys had written letters, Maegor sharpened edges. He took a black crown and bled the faith militant. Warriors' sons died on steps they once had cleaned for prayer. Poor fellows were hanged from trees whose shade they had blessed. Maegor outlawed the orders, seized septs when they sheltered rebels, and showed the realm that the Iron Throne had not forgotten how to be iron. Cruelty is a tool that warps its wielder's hand. Maegor built as well as burned. The Red Keep climbed faster under his command, and its secret passages, Maegor's tunnels, made the castle a living puzzle that even allies feared. The Dragon Pit's foundations were laid in his reign, a promise to cage fire for the safety of city and crown. Yet the more he secured his walls, the less secure his crown became. He wed and wed again. Black brides, muttered the court. Seeking heirs the gods or fate denied him. Some died in childbed, some withered in rumor, and all left him more alone upon a chair that cuts the unwary. The faith did not break at once. The warriors' sons were proud, the poor fellows myriad, and both inspired by martyrs that Maegor's methods created faster than sermons could. Roads turned dangerous where zeal rode, princes and lords tested lines. The Hightowers, the Baratheons, the Velaryons, the Lannisters measured the balance between duty, fear, and advantage. Even those who hated the faith's swords began to hate the king's cruelty more. Then came the day that cruelty stopped itself. Maegor was found upon the Iron Throne, dead and blooded, cut by a chair that answers wickedness with 1,000 little truths. Some say he took his own life. Some insist assassins proved braver than legend allows. Others, more poetic, swear the throne rejected him. What mattered was that the storm passed, and in the clearing stood a patient son. Jaehaerys, Ennis's son, rightful in name, calming in manner, and wiser than his youth should have allowed. Jaehaerys is remembered as the conciliator, and the name suits. He did not inherit peace. He created it. With Queen Alysanne, he formed a pair that ruled as if the realm were a house that needed both hearth and roof. He met the faith not as Maegor had, with swords and edicts, but with terms and time. The faith militant put down blades in exchange for privileges that flattered doctrine without unseating the crown. Tithes were respected, septs confirmed, and the High Septon's voice kept loud on matters of ritual, not law. The king's governance was practical poetry. He codified customs that had been traps for the unwary. He reduced tolls that had made rivers feel like borders and encouraged bridges where fords had made war easy. He standardized measures so a bushel in White Harbor could speak to a bushel in Old Town. He funded roads that stitched the realm like careful sutures, so riders carrying royal writ could move faster than trouble could organize. He coaxed maesters to serve wider causes, strengthening the crown's quiet reach. Jaehaerys and Alysanne understood that legitimacy grows from fairness, and fairness grows from being seen. They took to the sky not only for war, but for visiting. Progresses, grand tours, brought the dragon shadow to places that had only known its threat. In the north, Alysanne earned hearts with attention and mercy. She persuaded Winterfell to accept reforms and the Watch to be relieved by grants that would later be called the New Gift. In the Reach, she warmed relations that Maegor had chilled. In the Vale, she balanced falcon pride with dragon patience. The Red Keep, once a fortress of fear, became a seat of order. Jaehaerys refined the small council into an engine that could carry law across a realm broader than any one mind. He elevated stewards for coin, justice, whisperers, ships, and war, and insisted that reports be regular and blunt. He prized competence over flattery. Corruption never vanishes, but under him it shrank from habit to hazard. To be caught meant disgrace that even dragons could not burn away. Rebellion did not vanish either. Borders breed bandits. Pride breeds plots. Jaehaerys faced flare-ups in Dorne, frictions in the Westerlands, and sporadic spats among Stormland's lords eager to reclaim an older swagger. He handled most with arbitration that insisted more on face-saving than point-scoring. When iron was necessary, it was tempered and targeted. He did not make new martyrs for careless causes. He preferred hostages who became honored guests and fines that paid for bridges rather than gallows. Alysanne's influence shaped policy with empathy. She pressed for protections that later generations would call the Queen's Laws, curbing the rights of brutal husbands and fathers, easing the burdens on the poor who committed small crimes of hunger, and allowing more women to inherit where logic and love demanded it. Some lords balked, some maesters quibbled, some septons frowned, but the realm remembered kindness when next taxes were levied or levies called. Mercy became a habit that supported order rather than undermined it. Dragons under Jaehaerys were less spectacle than infrastructure. They patrolled coasts where pirates once grew bold. Their presence guaranteed that tax coins reached the capital and that royal messengers returned at all. Yet the king understood that fire is a last argument. He trained riders but discouraged swagger. He oversaw the completion of the dragon pit, controversy and all, so that the city's panic would not turn every plume of smoke into a riot. Even so, he listened when small folk complained of fear, and he answered with grain and fairness more often than with guards. Old Town and King's Landing learned to coexist as twin hearts, one of learning, one of rule. Jaehaerys courted the Citadel's council without becoming its puppet. He honored the faith's rituals without surrendering law to sermon. He respected ancient northern oaths to weirwoods while reinforcing that royal justice flows to every corner. Where Aegon had bound the realm with fear and opportunity, Jaehaerys bound it with expectation. Men began to plan 2 harvests ahead. Merchants risked cargo where once they had risked only prayers. Not all of his reign was warmth and calm. He knew grief, children lost, councils divided, and the slow erosion of friendships by the sand of time. Succession, that eternal question, returned again and again as heirs died or disappointed. Jaehaerys convened great councils to settle claims before swords could. By widening the circle of consent, he narrowed the avenues of revolt. Precedents were set that later would be invoked in times far darker. Some think those precedents solved little, yet they traded sudden blood for slower ink. He also measured coin with care. The royal purse grew not by squeezing but by smoothing commerce. Custom houses were audited with regularity, and smugglers were offered amnesty if they would convert cunning into contract. Guilds in King's Landing received charters that made apprenticeships clearer and disputes less bloody. Harbor fees were balanced, so galleys from the free cities made port calls that enriched both key and crown. If Maegor's tunnels symbolized paranoia, Jaehaerys' roads symbolized confidence. The Dragon Road, the Rose Road, the Gold Road. These arteries carried soldiers when they had to, but more often they carried letters, law, grain, and lovers. Inns rose at reasonable distances to shelter crown messengers and ordinary folk alike. Milestones were marked so that a farmer might know precisely how far to the next market. The realm's map, which Aegon had used as a promise of conquest, became under Jaehaerys a schedule of deliveries. Even his errors teach. He sometimes trusted lords who deserved watching and doubted counselors who deserved faith. He could be slow to anger past the point where swifter action might have saved lives. He could appear distant to those who wanted theater from their king. Yet the ledger balances heavily to the good. He left a realm that believed in the possibility of tomorrow. That fragile belief would be tested in ages to come, but without it, the tests would have broken everything at once. When Jaehaerys and Alysanne finally passed, the city did not shriek. It sighed. The dragons still flew, but the realm had learned to stand on roads and laws. The faith prayed, the citadel wrote, and small folk counted on fairness more than on miracles. The Iron Throne had drawn blood and fire through 2 kings, one too soft for his storms, one too hard for his people, and then found a steward who could turn power into peace. The early Targaryen rule in 3 movements taught the realm its scales: mercy without weakness, strength without cruelty, law without pedantry. Those lessons would be forgotten, challenged, and reinterpreted by heirs who believed themselves wiser. But they remained, quiet as the foundation stones beneath the Red Keep, waiting for the feet of later kings to find their balance. In the glow left by Jaehaerys' thirst, Westeros felt almost modern, its quarrels civil, its ambitions domestic, its dragons less prophecy than policy. The realm had been conquered. At last, it had been begun. Peace ages dragons. Under Jaehaerys I, the realm learned order, and under his successors, it learned how even order can contain embers. Viserys I inherited a kingdom that preferred decrees to duels and filled its days with harvests, tournaments, and talk. He was a warm king, fond of feasts and friends, averse to sharp measures, and convinced that goodwill could paper over any crack. When his queen, Aemma Arryn, died delivering the son he had prayed for, he named his daughter Rhaenyra his heir, and made the lords of the realm swear to it in a ceremony as public as a sunrise. For a time the vow held. Lords swore, septons blessed, and maesters recorded a lesson they hoped would guide future crowns, that a woman could rule if a king commanded it, and if the realm was wise enough to obey. But people do not stay still. Viserys remarried. Alicent Hightower, young and clever and pressed into duty by family ambition, became queen. She bore sons, Aegon, Aemond, Daeron, and a daughter, Helaena. The air changed, though Viserys refused to notice. Courtiers began to count children, not decrees. The Green Party formed around Alicent and her father Otto. The Black Party formed around Rhaenyra, and those who preferred promises kept to promises convenient. Time added kindling. Rhaenyra married Laenor Velaryon, binding herself to the richest fleet in the realm. Rumors dogged the marriage, as rumors will. Laenor Velaryon, Daemon Targaryen's wife, died in distant sorrow, choosing dragonfire over lingering pain. Laenor himself seemed to die later still under suspicious circumstance, though whispers insist he may have chosen a quieter exile across the narrow sea. Rhaenyra and Daemon eventually wed, a match daring and dangerous. Their union gathered to the Black Cause swords that liked boldness and ships that liked profit. To the Greens, it gathered alarm. Viserys grew older, softer, and more determined to see only peace. He staged scenes of togetherness, forced smiles at feasts, and forbade open quarrels over succession. Beneath the silks, hatred fattened. Boys grew into young men with grudges polished like armor. Aemond took a dragon, the mighty Vhagar, after a moonlit scuffle that left the prince one eye poorer and his memory of insult everlasting. Blades were drawn and sheathed. Oaths were sworn and broken in the same breath. The king roared, then coughed, then pretended none of it had happened. At last, the bedchamber won. Viserys died amid milk of the poppy and half-heard prayers, mumbling a sentence that meant everything to those who wanted it to mean them. The Green Council moved quickly. Doors barred, ravens held, plans unfolded like long-saved maps. They crowned Aegon in the dragon pit, rousing a reluctant prince with the promise of a throne and the threat of being food for the history books. Alicent argued for mercy. Sir Criston Cole, that iron spine of chivalry reshaped into steel, argued for swiftness. The city, as cities do, watched for which way to cheer. The Black reply was late but loud. On Dragonstone, where Rhaenyra had retreated to bear yet another child, grief struck early and politics struck harder. She miscarried upon hearing of Aegon's usurpation. Then she put on mail under silk and received her own crown from those who believed oaths should outlive kings. Daemon smiled that familiar knife-thin smile and began a war of whispers and sudden deaths. His message to the Greens was unambiguous and unforgivable. Blood and cheese. The words became a curse and a reckoning. proof that in civil war even victory tastes of ashes. War lurched into motion along family lines. Princes who had wrestled in training yards now wrestled the fates of cities. Both sides sought dragons and riders. Both sides learned that fire chooses its own. The high tower strength moved from Old Town up the Mander and along the Rose Road, while Valerian sails turned Blackwater Bay into a chessboard of tides and flame. Riverlords counted grievances against the Red Keep and found themselves blacks by arithmetic. The West weighed gold against dragons and chose caution until it could choose advantage. The North waited, counting winters as politics. The first great clash came at Rook's Rest. Queen Rhaenys, older, wiser, and gallant, took melees into the sky against a green host advancing through the Crownlands. Criston Cole baited the field with banners and brass, then lifted the true trap. Out of cloud and sun burst Aemond on Vhagar and Aegon II on Sunfyre. 3 dragons shredded the day. Melee fought like a queen coronated in fire, tearing and raking, but 2 against 1 is a cruel sum. She fell, her rider with her. Sunfyre spiraled away, ruined and smoking. Vhagar remained the old terror, roaring her verdict over scorched mail. Loss begets more loss. Battle of the Gullet saw Velaryon galleys shattered and set aflame, yet their sacrifice saved Rhaenyra's cause by protecting the prince who would be Aegon III. In the Riverlands, Rhaenyra's banners multiplied, and every tower flying a black dragon became both beacon and target. Aemond, hungry for vengeance and glory, burned his name into maps with Vhagar's long shadow, harrying towns in a tour of terror. The war grew personal even when it pretended to be polite. Messages arrived tied with dragonbone combs and answered with blood. The hunt for riders birthed the dragon seeds, bastards and boldlings, with Valyrian looks and luck who tried to claim riderless dragons. Some were burned, some vanished screaming into winds no ear could hold. Some succeeded. Adam of Hull took sea smoke and became a knight. Nettles, a girl with a sheep and a stubborn streak, soothed Sheepstealer with mutton until the old brute tolerated, then trusted her. Hugh Hammer and Ulf the White claimed Vermithor and Silverwing, proving that dragons demand courage and repay it without regard for heraldry. Their loyalties proved as molten as their mounts. In King's Landing, the small folk began to hate the very monsters they had cheered. Dragons ate meat, coin, and children without caring which side their parents favored. Refugees crowded streets, bread prices rose, rumors grew sharp teeth. When Rhaenyra's blacks took the city after intrigue and a sudden breach of discipline by Green defenders, she entered to cheers that wilted quickly. Her rule in the capital was a study in impossible choices. She needed coin the city did not have, grain the wagons could not bring, obedience the people would not give. Her enemies called her hysteric, her friends called her tired. Helaena. Targaryen, pale and gentle, fell deeper into grief after the murder that had robbed her of a son. In whispered, thrumming tales, the queen walked glass corridors of prophecy and insects, speaking truths no one wanted to hear. When her daughter Jaehaera was used as a piece upon the board and her remaining son dangled, the people's pity twisted into madness. A riot lit the city, and in that frenzy the dragon pit was stormed. Stones, ropes, and 1,000 desperate hands did what noble houses had never done. Dragons died beneath the weight of those they had terrified. A symbol cracked, and with it a century's worth of awe. From that black noon came gray days. Dragons dead or fled, princes dead or missing, rulers wounded in body and story. Aegon II, broken by Rook's Rest, hid in pain and fury, Aemond, one-eyed and uncompromising, wore command like a well-fitted glove. Daemon lived for the part history had written him and sharpened himself against it. Rhaenyra, flagging, tried to be a tax collector and a mother and a queen, while the ground shifted under every step. Her allies frayed. The Triarchy sniffed opportunity in the smell of smoke. The free cities wrote letters that said as little as possible and offered as much. Grief turns even victory to chalk. The duel above the god's eye ended one long chase. Aemond flew Vhagar hunting fire with fire. Daemon met him on the lean red fury of Caraxes. They found each other where wind carries ash in circles. Words matter less than witnesses when dragons collide. Some say Daemon leapt from saddle to saddle and drove Darksister into his nephew's blind eye. Others say Vhagar tore Caraxes, and the lake took them both. All agree on silence afterward, and on bones found years later along a mulchy shore. The Blacks celebrated and mourned at once. To lose Daemon was to lose the war's sharpest dagger. To slay Aemond was to blunt the Greens' longest sword. Leadership on both sides stumbled. The Greens leaned on men who liked being obeyed. The Blacks leaned on history and the memory of promises. Neither was enough. In King's Landing, Rhaenyra's paranoia widened as betrayal bloomed. A rumor about Nettles, whom she had once welcomed, turned slander into exile. The girl fled with Sheepstealer into mist and mountain, one more ember carried off by wind. Rhaenyra's fall came swift after a long unraveling. Starved of trust and coin, she sold relics and patience until neither bought her peace. Her council split into frightened factions. The city she held hated her taxes more than it loved her claim. When the tide turned and she fled toward Dragonstone, hoping for safety in the first and last stronghold of her house, she found treachery waiting. Among the seeds who had once been proof that fellowship could tame fire were men who preferred crowns to causes. They opened gates not to welcome, but to trade. The queen was captured. The son, who had once been a pawn, stood helpless. Aegon II, fire-scarred and bitter, came to Dragonstone to end a story that had made him both king and cripple. He fed his half-sister to his dragon Sunfire in a spectacle that shamed thrones and gods. It was vengeance, justice, madness. Pick your word. But it ended neither war nor worry. Sunfire himself was so broken by the wars that his victory tasted of blood and ash alone. With Rhaenyra dead, the Blacks did not dissolve. They hardened. Riverlords who had bled in her name refused to kneel to her killer. The North, late to arms but firm once roused, marched under a memory of oaths and the understanding that a winter king keeps promises across generations. The Vale closed ranks. Even in the Reach, where Hightower gold shone brightest, discontent smoldered. Aegon II's counselors tried to build a peace, but their king could not stop waging his private war against ghosts and children. He demanded punishments sharper than parchment. The end arrived through exhaustion and a cup. King's Landing had no patience left for triumphal parades. The small council, counting coffers that contained more spiders than coins, looked past banners toward survival. Aegon II drank sweet wine sweetened further by a decision taken in whispers. He died not by dragon's spear or the god's caprice, but by men who preferred a quieter king to a furious one. The realm, sick to death of the dance, preferred that too. They placed the crown on the head of Aegon III, Rhaenyra's son, a boy made old by terror. His face in every tale is still. Behind that stillness lived nightmares. He had watched his mother die in dragonfire. He had sailed for his life through battles of oars and flame. He had been parented by committees and grief. He inherited a throne that now resembled an anvil, every blow that had shaped it still visible, the heat spent, the metal warped. Regents ruled while he endured. The aftermath read like a ledger of loss. Dragons dwindled to a handful of sickly beasts and then to eggs that never quickened. The dragon pit's emptiness became a metaphor for a house that had traded wonder for ashes. Fleets needed rebuilding. Roads needed repair where dragon flame had buckled stones. Harvests failed in fields sown with salt and bone. The faith counted martyrs and grievances. The citadel polished quills and shook heads. Small folk remembered only that dragons had been a promise of protection turned into a fact of fear. So ended the age when a Targaryen's command could be written in the sky. The dance had proven a perfect engine for mutual ruination. The Blacks had the better claim. The Greens had the stronger early position. Both had dragons. Neither had prudence enough to refuse an insult. Every grief seeded a worse reprisal. Every victory purchased a larger failure. When bards sing the saga, they pluck at notes of romance and destiny. When stewards tell it, they talk of grain, gossip, and garrisons. Either way, the lesson is the same. Don't build a throne out of wildfire and wonder and then argue about who sits it. And yet, from the wreckage, the realm learned. Great councils would be called earlier and heeded more strictly. Regents would be chosen with more care, watched with more suspicion, and paid with gratitude that tasted like leash. Marriages would be considered not simply for alliance, but for temperament. And all across Westeros, old houses made quiet oaths to themselves never again to let dragons decide what laws should have settled. The decline of the dragons was slow enough to give hope and fast enough to take it away. Eggs were warmed over coals blessed by septons, and prayers whispered to nameless powers. Hatchlings that did appear grew poorly, died young, or became as listless as cats kept too long in sun. The more the realm treated dragons as tools, the less the world offered them as miracles. Some claimed sorcery had gone out of the land. Others said the gods were tired. A few, less pious and more practical, said that people had simply become too noisy and cruel for wonders to nest among them. The children of the dance carried its shadows. Aegon III married twice, fathered heirs, and kept his counsel. His nickname, Dragonbane, was neither fair nor avoidable. He did not slay the last dragons. He merely survived them. His court balanced on compromise, with regents and great lords pressing cases like merchants at a fair. He trusted few, forgave less, and rarely smiled. When he did, chroniclers made a point of noting it, as if proving the sun still remembered its job. In policy, he leaned conservatively. In grief, he leaned always. In taverns and keeps, the stories calcified. Rhaenyra the rightful, bold and brittle. Alicent the dutiful turned partisan. Aegon a boy pressed into a crown he could neither carry nor cast aside. Daemon the rogue prince who loved his wife, his children and war in equal measure. Aemond the kinslayer with a hole where mercy should have gone. Helena the sad bee-queen who saw too much. Rhaeda's Ennis, the queen who never was, who almost was again. The list goes on. A family tree pruned with fire. What matters for the long night of history is not only who was right, but what was lost. After the dance, lords spoke less in dragon metaphors and more in grain tallies. The Iron Throne remained sharp, but seemed heavier. King's Landing learned how quickly cheers become stones. Old Town found again that truth written plainly can be a mercy. Storm's End remembered that honor can outlive victory. Winterfell kept its counsel and its snow. Sunspear endured by not being present at the Feast of Ashes. The Civil War proved something ghastly and useful. Even a house with monsters of the air can be made to crawl. Future foes took note. Future Targaryens, too. In later reigns, whenever pride inclined a prince to swagger, an older lord would cough and murmur Rook's Rest, or the Dragon Pit, or simply cheese, and silence would follow. Not always for long, but long enough that now and then a treaty was signed where a torch might have been lit. In the softest hours, when courtiers slept and kings pretended to, the Red Keep itself remembered. Wind moaned through Maegor's tunnels and carried scents of old smoke into rooms newly plastered. Servants swore the stones held heat longer in halls where the Black Dread once lay coiled. In the septs of the city, candles burned for children who never had time to sin. On the hill where the Dragon Pit's domes collapsed, grass grew rough and stubborn, as if refusing a future that asked it to shade bones alone. In the end, the Dance of the Dragons is less a single duel than a verdict. It judged a dynasty unprepared to be two things at once, a family and a state. It judged a realm too quick to gamble on spectacle. It judged dragons themselves as wonders that demand wisdom from those who would ride them. The verdict fell, and the sentence was years long. And even when it ended, the echoes did not. The realm that woke from that fever dream was colder, cannier, and lonelier. It would need those qualities in centuries to come. The dance ended, but its echo kept speaking through corridors and council chambers. Aegon III wore a crown that fit like a chain, and beneath it lived a boy who had watched his mother die by dragonfire. Regents rose like tides and fell like rotten peers. The first to seize the levers of rule called themselves restorers. The last to release them called themselves guardians. Between those tidy words ran a river of graft, fear, and careful murder. The North came south, breathing cold. Lord Cregan Stark took the Hands badge for a day and made it a winter. Schemers who had fattened on the fighting found their end quickly, and the city learned that justice delivered without speeches can still be loud. Then the North went home. The habit of Southern rule returned. Committees that argued, favorites who whispered, and a young king who discovered that peacetime demands a different armor than mail. Aegon, brittle and watchful, ruled longer than he lived happily. He trusted numbers more than faces, and he loved little that could love him back. Dragons dwindled to a memory. Rumor clung to eggs that would not hatch, as if heat alone could heal a dynasty. The regents managed marriages, coin, and coffers, each choice pleasing one great house and angering three. Lords tested the new order the way a hound tests a new hand on its collar. Over time, Aegon grew into authority the way a long winter finally becomes spring, not quickly and not kindly, but surely. He signed more than he spoke and let others collect the applause. He wanted quiet halls and empty skies. In both wishes he was indulged, though the realm paid for the silence with secrets and for the empty sky with a loss of wonder. His heirs entered the stage with baggage already packed for them. Viserys would at last wear the crown like a task done properly. From his diligence rose order, and from his order rose prosperity sturdy enough to be stolen. After him came Aegon IV, called the unworthy by people who had run out of polite words. If the realm had been a purse swelling with coin and patience, Aegon slit it with a smile. He ate, he hunted, he toppled, he took. He minted favors faster than the mint could coin dragons. He raised paramours like banners and strewn promises like barley. He made knighthood cheap and rage expensive. None of these deeds would have followed him to the pyre had he not decided at the very last to set a match beneath the realm itself. These were the great bastards in cradle and legend. Demon Waters with the blade that later would be Blackfire in truth as well as in name. Brynden Rivers, pale, piercing, and already listening to every room. Aegor Rivers, who could turn hurt into iron. Shiera Seastar, whose beauty offered answers to questions few men asked aloud, and others whose worth was measured by who they hated and who fed them. Aegon IV raised bastards and lowered standards until even his smiles felt treasonous to good sense. He legitimized the lot of them at death's door, a gesture dressed as generosity that walked like sabotage. Legitimacy is tinder, ambition is flint. When his breath failed, sparks leapt. The crown passed to Daeron the Good, who inherited both a throne and a bonfire. Daeron looked south and saw partners where his grandsire had seen prizes. He built bridges with dawn rather than bonfires, wedding Miriam Martell and asking the proud desert to join the realm as kin. Ink and vows accomplished what fire had failed to do. Spears and stars rose among dire wolves, and roses without a field burned to ash. But peace makes enemies of men who earn their supper by war and their pride by grievance. Into that climate stepped Demon Blackfire, so named after the Valyrian sword that conquerors had handed down like a verdict. He had strength to admire, charm to gather swords, and a grievance the size of a kingdom. Men who hated the Dornish peace hated Daeron. Men who loved the old song of conquest loved the boy who made them feel like lions again. Sick of prudence and rich in boredom, too many great houses rediscovered their appetite for banners. Rebellion answered the whispering, and the realm drew a new map in blood. On the red grass field, the matter was pressed to iron. Dragon banners faced dragon banners, while the wind wrote prophecy in dust devils and thistle down. Demon wore his father's sword the way some men wear their birthright. Across from him stood the king's loyalists with their quiet math, fewer heroes, better positions. Brynden Rivers, already called Bloodraven by men who feared both his sight and his archers, stacked ravens and bowmen where the hill broke just enough to matter. Arrows fell like sudden weather. Heroes met and parted as quickly as thunderclaps. When the shouting thinned, the crown's line still held. Blackfire hopes broke and ran, leaving behind bodies, banners, and a grievance dressed in mourning. Defeat did not kill the idea. Aegor Rivers, surnamed Bittersteel for the metal he hammered out of rage, fled across the narrow sea, carrying a cause that did not fit on a ship. Exile breeds companies as winter breeds wolves. From the ashes of the first rising came the Golden Company, an army with good accountants and better memories, sworn to contracts and to the promise that someday contracts and claims would be the same thing. They made war a business and made business a waiting room for revenge. The crown counted the living and found it was still solvent. Daeron's peace with Dorne matured into something sturdier than novelty. Trade increased. Tolls fell where bridges replaced ferries. Marriage tied knots that history had left loose, and yet each improvement sharpened some lord's resentment like a whetstone in the dark. The second Blackfire Rising proved that slain leaders can be replaced by slogans. Bloodraven, now openly Hand, was the right tool for a dangerous job. He pruned the realm with methods that made maesters shake and made outlaws disappear. Justice grew sharp and secrecy grew roots. The stories people told about him worked as policy when parchment would have failed. The great spring sickness cut deeper than plots. Plague respects no bloodline, and it passed through palaces with the same indifference it showed to alleyways. Kings and cousins died. Regions fell to stewards who knew how to count grain, not guard thrones. Out of that thinning came kings more bookish than bold, whose caution steadied the ship, but never satisfied the wind. Eris kept rules and left heirs to chance. Maekar wore discipline until it chafed, then wore it harder. Each reigned with the black fire spectre still pacing the ramparts of the realm. Every harvest came with a rumor. Every tourney drew a spy. Prices rose and fell with gossip sailing west from the free cities. Egg, Aegon V, arrived on the tide of a great council that chose caution in the shape of a man once thought unlikely. He had learned his realm from roads and inns rather than from balconies. He tried to steer the crown toward fairness and away from reflexive deference. He met small folk where they lived and nobles where they lied. Blackfire plots survived him as barn cats survive new owners. When lords sense reform, they count their knives. When bastards sense weakness, they count their friends. Egg's reign saw conspiracies scab over and crack again. Some failed because their treasurers were cowards. Others failed because their captains were vain. All of them succeeded at one thing: teaching the realm to keep a bag packed and a horse watered. Blackfire banners kept reappearing like a rash. A third rising died in a tangle of hedges and houses. A fourth sputtered when coffers ran dry and sponsors preferred silk to steel. Bloodraven vanished into stories and trees. Bittersteel remained metal in exile, temper never spent, making new princes out of old claims and new companies out of old grudges. The rhythm grew familiar. A letter from across the sea, a lordling suddenly bold, a levy called, a battle brisk and forgettable. The last and largest echo struck the stepstones. 9 petty kings made a coalition that boiled down to one purpose: put a Blackfire back on a Westerosi map. The War of the Ninepenny Kings turned reefs and rocks into ledger lines written in blood. Knights scored their names into reputation. Young Barristan of the Marches took a story that would follow him into quieter courts, hewing down Meleys the monstrous and cutting the last bright thread in the Blackfire tapestry. The cause did not vanish that morning, but it lost its voice. Bitter steel died abroad, still sharpening ghosts. The Golden Company kept its oath to gold because the gold kept coming. Sponsors discovered that pretending costs less than restoring. Small folk discovered that distant princes demand dearer taxes than nearby kings, even when the prince promises justice with every cup of wine. What did all these fires buy? Less gold than ash. The rebellions taught the crown to fear its borders even during festivals. They taught great houses to stockpile grudges as if they were grain. They taught sellswords to expect Westerosi coin whenever spring arrived and letters began to smell like perfume and smoke. The realm kept working. Plows still turned, ships still sailed, maidens still married, but something in the trust between crown and country cracked and never fully mended. Kings after Daeron counted more on spies than songs. Lords answered more summons with questions than with spears. Maesters wrote more ciphers and fewer serenades. The faith learned patience the way a jailer learns keys. Yet the century was not only bleeding. Dorne's place in the realm grew roots and fruits. Dornish lords learned to swear west and still look south. Their children crossed the Boneway and the Prince's Pass to wed and to argue, to lend silk sensibilities to northern snows, and to bring northern granite home to sunstruck courts. The union drew poison from old wounds and poured wine in its place. By the time the Ninepenny Kings were driven into salt and memory, the realm had learned the cost of easy slogans. Trueborn and True Steel had paid for too many funerals. The Iron Throne remained still uncomfortable, still instructive. It remembered Aegon's purpose and whispered it to anyone who listened. Win by fire if you must, but keep your winnings with roads, grain, marriage, and law. The Blackfyres had remembered only the first half of that lesson. Two men defined the age from opposite shores of the same story. Brynden Rivers made the realm tighter by peering into its seams until even seams hid from him. Aegor Rivers made exile honorable by turning defeat into a ledger that always balanced someday on the credit side. Between them lay kings with different virtues and shared problems. Between them lay a people tired of choosing between silence and swords. When at last the Blackfyre name stopped rattling like an old banner in a damp tower, no trumpet sounded. It was quieter than that. Contracts expired, ships failed to sail, a sponsor died of age rather than steel, and the Golden Company went to war for coin that no longer smelled like home. The soil of Westeros, crown, council, and commons, had become too poor in patience to nourish another pretender. The realm turned toward other storms on the horizon, and men began reluctantly to speak of dragons only as history. Still, the lesson stamped by a century of uprisings remained. If a king dishonors his word, he breeds bastards of the heart, even if he sires none of the body. If a king cheapens honors, he makes counterfeiters of all his lords. If a king cannot keep peace inside his own house, he should not expect peace to hold outside his gates. The regents who spent Aegon III's youth like coin taught one kind of caution, and Aegon IV taught another. The Blackfyres taught the rest. Together they forged a realm that understood the price of quarrelsome blood and the value of quiet grain. Westeros emerged from that century poorer in dragons and richer in suspicion, but it had learned to live with both. Its kings would face storms still gathering beyond the horizon, and the realm would meet them remembering every scar. Remember this: rebellions teach what peace forgets every single time. Always. Aerys II. Targaryen began his reign with laughter, hope, and the promise of a golden age. Tall, handsome, generous in feasts and words, he seemed every inch the heir of Dragonfire. His court sparkled with young lords who dreamed of rebuilding Valyria in Westeros, not with fire and blood, but with law and culture. His queen Rhaella bore him heirs, and his hand, Tywin Lannister, was a steel mind wrapped in a lion's cloak. For a time the city of King's Landing hummed with prosperity. But prosperity is fragile. In Aerys, pride was a thin shell over fear, and fear rots faster than fruit left in sun. At first, he leaned heavily on Tywin. Tywin's discipline steadied the crown. His ruthless efficiency filled coffers, cowed enemies, and built roads. Aerys enjoyed the fruits of order without understanding the roots of its discipline. He basked in pageantry, laughed loudly at tourneys, and whispered promises of greatness. Tywin handled the math, the grain, the taxes, the scribes, and the soldiers. It was a balance of image and iron. For a while, it worked. But envy curdles kings. Lords whispered that Tywin ruled, not Aerys. They praised Tywin's judgment and feared his displeasure. They admired his golden twins, Cersei and Jaime. Aerys, hearing it all, found his pride wounded. When Tywin proposed his daughter marry Prince Rhaegar, Aerys refused in fury. How dare the Hand presume his blood should mingle with dragons? That insult planted bitterness that no harvest could erase. Then came Duskendale. A small lord, Danes Darklin, rebelled against royal taxes and seized Aerys himself when the king rode unwisely to his seat. For half a year the king languished in a cell, stripped of attendance, warmth, and certainty. He brooded in damp stone and heard every creak of floorboards as a death sentence. When at last Sir Barristan Selmy scaled walls alone and pulled him free, Aerys emerged thinner, shaken, and changed. Something in him had cracked. He returned to King's Landing, not grateful, but suspicious. He burned Lord Darklin alive and bathed in screams. He stopped cutting his hair and nails, letting them grow into a wild crown and claws. He whispered to pyromancers more than to lords. He trusted wildfire more than steel. He became Aerys the Mad, though the name took years to settle, spoken first in whispers and then in disgust. Paranoia became policy. He spied on his counselors, dismissed old friends, and surrounded himself with flatterers. He accused his queen of treachery, yet demanded she give him heirs. He tortured men for plots imagined. When Lord Rickard Stark came to court to demand justice after his son Brandon's betrothal to Lyanna was threatened, Aerys saw not a father, but a rebel. He roasted Rickard alive in his own armor and strangled Brandon with a noose that tightened as he tried to save him. Madness had become spectacle. Yet even in Aerys's shadow, one light burned: Prince Rhaegar. Tall, melancholic, and musical, Rhaegar studied prophecy more than politics, scrolls more than swords. He was no stranger to tournaments, but his true heart belonged to prophecy. A song of ice and fire, a child promised to balance a world of flame and frost. Some loved him for his earnestness, others mistrusted his silences. He wed Elia Martell of Dorne, bore 2 children, and seemed at peace until Harrenhal. At the great tourney, all the realm gathered. Knights unhorsed each other, lords feasted, maidens watched. Rhaegar entered the lists, shone in armor, and won. And when he crowned the Queen of Love and Beauty, he passed over his lawful wife to lay flowers in the lap of Lyanna Stark, betrothed to Robert Baratheon. In that gesture hearts broke, oaths frayed, and the realm tilted. Love or lust, prophecy or passion. It did not matter. The moment was tinder. Lyanna vanished soon after, spirited away by Rhaegar to the Tower of Joy in the south. Robert raged. Ned Stark frowned into silence. Jon Arryn, foster father to both, raised his banners rather than surrender his wards. House Stark, Baratheon, Arryn, and eventually Tully rose in rebellion. The north marched. The Stormlands bristled. The Riverlands flowed with men and swords. At first, the crown answered with arrogance. Aerys demanded Tywin ride, but the Lion watched from Casterly Rock, calculating. Rhaegar himself rode to rally loyalists. The realm divided, dragon banners clashing with stag, wolf, and trout. Castles fell, battles churned dust and rumor. Robert proved himself no mere loud lord. He broke armies with hammer and voice. His fury an avalanche no line could withstand. Still, the rebellion was no easy feast. Robert bled at the Battle of the Bells, hiding amid the streets of Stony Sept, while loyalists scoured for him. Rhaegar's honor saved him from death then, for Barristan Selmy pleaded mercy when the prince might have been slain. But mercy delays nothing forever. The lines met at the Trident, where waters turned red, and the future bent its course. Rhaegar rode in black armor, rubies glinting on his breast. Robert, huge and furious, charged with warhammer raised. They met in the shallows, steel on steel, prophecy against fury. Robert's hammer crushed Rhaegar's chest. The prince fell. rubies scattering like tears. The river carried away jewels and dreams alike. With Rhaegar's death, the rebellion broke the crown's spine. King's Landing remained, and with it the Mad King. Aerys trusted Wildfire as his last heir. He had caches hidden across the city, pyromancers whispering of green fire that would cleanse enemies and subjects alike. He ordered the city burned rather than yield. "Let him be king of ashes," he shrieked. Jaime Lannister, sworn to guard his king, chose instead to guard the realm. He slew Aerys in the throne room, golden sword wet with betrayal and salvation at once. The Mad King died not to rebellion's hammer, but to his own god's resolve. When Robert entered the capital, the Targaryen line was already splintered. Elia Martell and her children lay murdered by Lannister knives, blood spattered on nursery walls. Dorne's grief festered into hatred. Viserys, a boy, and Daenerys, a babe, fled across the sea with loyalists, the last sparks of a dynasty now ash. The Iron Throne bore Robert's weight, though he sat it with wariness. The dragons were gone. The age had ended. Robert Baratheon took a crown forged in fire and rebellion. Yet victory does not always prepare a man for rule. The songs remember hammer blows and rivers red. The ledgers remember famine, debt, and the sound of merchants weighing loyalty in coin. What history keeps sharpest is this: a realm that had stood for centuries, fractured by love, madness, and pride, fell in less than 2 years. That was the reign and ruin of the Mad King. Robert wore the crown like a man wears an ill-fitting helm. Carelessly at first, then resentfully, then not at all. He had won his realm by storm. But storms are not shepherds. He hunted, drank, and feasted, leaving governance to Jon Arryn, his hand, who stitched broken houses together with patience and oaths. For a time, that was enough. Lords bent, trade resumed, and the realm breathed easier, though the scars beneath remained. Robert's marriage to Cersei Lannister was meant as balm, sealing alliance with the family that had opened King's Landing's gates. It brought gold and stability, but not joy. A king sought comfort elsewhere. The queen nursed grievances that deepened into poison. Their union produced heirs in name but not in truth, though few dared whisper it aloud. Debt grew as quickly as mistrust. Robert's revels cost coin. The crown's promises to lords cost more. The Iron Throne, meant to symbolize unity, became a counting table of loans from Lannisport and Braavos alike. But coin troubles do not stir small folk as much as fire does. The fire came from Pike. Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, believed rebellion could turn tide into throne. He declared himself king of the Isles and the North, raising kraken banners and salt-speckled swords. His longships prowled the western coast, burning towns, raiding deep inland, reminding Westeros of the old way. What is dead may never die. It was arrogance, born of salt pride and the belief that Robert's realm was too new to answer. Robert did answer. The storm still lived in him when called. The banners of the realm rose once more. Starks from the north, Lannisters from the west, Arryns from the Vale, and Baratheons from Storm and Crown. The war was short, but brutal. Seaguard, Lannisport, and the Mander's mouths saw flame quenched by fury. At Fair Isle, Stannis Baratheon broke the Iron Fleet, his ships cornering and crushing reavers who had forgotten that fire burns at sea as well as shore. Robert himself led the storming of Pike. Warhammer in hand, he shattered gates, climbed over salt-slick walls, and proved again that his fury was no courtly story. Lords Eddard Stark and Stannis fought beside him, each earning scars and respect. Balon bent the knee in his hall, sons slain beside him, 2 drowned in battle, and 1 Theon, taken hostage as ward and guarantee. The Greyjoy rebellion ended quickly, but its debts lingered. The Iron Islands simmered in resentment, their drowned priests muttering of vengeance. The North gained Theon as foster, but also a seed of future sorrow. Robert gained glory once more, but he spent it the way he spent coin, quickly, carelessly, leaving little in reserve. Peace after Pike was brittle. Lords remembered banners and blood, not ledgers and laws. The king returned to hunting and wine. The hand returned to stitching, writing letters, and soothing quarrels. The queen returned to her silences and schemes. And the realm, though outwardly calm, carried wounds that no tourney could disguise. Robert's reign was not only war and wine, it was also the beginning of a new generation. Children raised under a crown their fathers had bled to win. Yet in every hall, whispers persisted that the Iron Throne wobbled under a man who preferred feasts to councils, that debts grew heavier than crowns, that old enemies were not as dead as people wished. The Greyjoy rebellion taught Westeros that storms can be answered swiftly, but never ended forever. It taught Robert that a crown is heavier than any hammer. And it taught the realm that even in peace, debts, whether of coin, of blood, or of trust, come due. The game opens quiet. A cold road, a dead stag, a direwolf torn by antlers, 6 pups mewling in the snow, 1 pale runt for the boy apart. The Starks take them home because the sigil is a wolf and omens are stubborn in the north. Winterfell breathes with warm stone, hot springs, and a family that patterns its days around honor, duties, and the grind of remembered winters. Lord Eddard Stark, called Ned, rules without flash. Lady Catelyn keeps the hearth bright and the ledgers honest. Robb trains, Sansa dreams. Arya argues with the idea of a needle and then claims the sharper kind. Bran climbs because up is a direction that answers every question. Rickon learns the weight of food storage in the way small boys do. And Jon Snow lives beside the warmth with the window cracked. News rides from south to north like a change in the wind. The hand of the king is dead. Jon Arryn, hinge of a weary reign, has fallen suddenly. Before grief cools, Lysa Arryn's secret letter arrives at Winterfell, warning of poison and whispering lion. Then thunder answers rumor. King Robert Baratheon arrives with banners, wine, and his Lannister queen. Cersei is lacquered composure. Jaime is sunlight on steel. Tyrion is candlelight on cleverness. Robert laughs, remembers, and asks Ned to be his new hand. He also stares long at Lyanna's stone and the past that never stopped charging interest. Summer shadows sharpen. Bran climbs a ruined tower and sees what no child should. A golden push sends him falling into silence. Catelyn's vigil becomes a vow. When an assassin comes with a Valyrian blade, the first true crack in peace is heard. The trail of that knife nudges Catelyn toward the crossroads and a decision that will tilt the realm. Ned accepts the chain of office and rides to King's Landing with Sansa and Arya, leaving Robb to hold Winterfell and Jon to choose black. The capital stinks of heat, rot, and secrets. Ned meets a small council where smiles mean pressure, Renly's ease, Pycelle's dusty pieties, Varys's soft questions, Littlefinger's precise jokes. He learns how law bends to coin, how favors make facts. He follows the line of royal bastards like footprints in wet clay and draws near the thing Jon Arryn died knowing, that truth and blood rarely agree on who should wear a crown. Meanwhile, court life bites at stark edges. Sansa curtsies herself into a dream of lemon cakes and gold. Arya learns that a water dancer's "not today" is a sentence you say to fear first and often. The Hound shows teeth that are more human than rumor, and Joffrey shows a boy can be a blade if sharpened by permission. North of the world's noise, Jon discovers that vows are mortar for a crumbling wall. The Night's Watch is less brotherhood than salvage. Thieves, poachers, runaways, and a few hard idealists learn to move as one under Sir Alys's bark and Maester Aemon's weary kindness. Ghost pads beside Jon, red eyes bright as winter stars. Jorah Mormont watches the tree line as if the trees might watch back. Stories of dead men walking return like old debts. Beyond the wall, Mance Rayder is stitching songs into spears, and something older than language is stirring in the woods. In the veil of politics, Catelyn's choice becomes action. At a smoky inn on the high road, she names banners and seizes Tyrion Lannister, believing his dagger sought her son. The arrest is a stone tossed into a crowded river. Jaime answers with steel in the capital street, cutting down Stark men and leaving Ned bloodied on the cobbles. On both sides of the narrow sea, bright threads pull tighter. Across that sea, another story kindles. Exiled Prince Viserys sells a crown he cannot hold by trading his sister's hand. Daenerys Targaryen is wed to Khal Drogo beneath a copper sky, while bells shake like laughter through braids. Illyrio smiles and presents 3 fossil dark eggs, gifts that look like art and feel like memory. Sir Jorah Mormont, rusted knight, offers counsel and reports home for a price called pardon. Dany learns to sit a horse, to read a khalasar, to speak strength softly enough that warriors hear it anyway. Viserys measures worth in past tense until the present corrects him. Back in King's Landing, the ledger of debts grows. Robert hunts instead of rules. The boar sharpens its tusks in the royal wood, while wineskins are sweetened past sense. Littlefinger drapes friendship in silk and sets snares that feel like couches. Varys gives away secrets to keep larger ones safe. Ned, honest as snowfall, thinks that naming the truth will be enough. Cersei tells him the rule of her world plainly. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. Ned hears a mother and a queen in the same sentence and mistakes the mercy for margin. The Stark girls separate into 2 rival hymns. Sansa imagines garlands and golden armor and garbled love. Arya scuffs her knees and learns balance on a razor made of breath. Their father counts ships, ink under his nails, following a pattern of black hair in brown quartz until the answer stands up and looks at him. Robert returns from the forest ruined and dying, signing a paper that avoids a word he should write. Joffrey puts on a crown built on a sentence that twists. Steel answers parchment. The city watches because cities always do, and the North begins to close its fist. Yet this opening is less catastrophe than calibration. Warnings arrive wearing ordinary clothes. A dire wolf's howl is a calendar. A crow's call is a hinge. Somewhere in the haunted North, a ranger's fear freezes. Somewhere in the East, a girl warms to an idea that seems like a story about dragons that will remain a story until fire says otherwise. The board is crowded, yes, but it is not chaotic. Each family, each oath, each whispered debt moves into place. By the end of the season's first movement, home has turned into marching orders. Winterfell's hearth has been divided among roads. Wolves pad after masters toward fates they can't smell yet. At court, a throne made of swords proves it still cuts. Across the sea, unhatched stones rest on a chest and drink the heat of a young woman's breath. North A boy in black learns that the edge of the world is only the edge until it moves. Everyone is closer to themselves and farther from safety. The game has taught its players how to arrange their pieces. Soon, it will teach them how those pieces break. 5 kings do not rise at once like suns. They flare one after another, igniting dry grasses until everything burns. The match is Joffrey's sharp little crown and the sentence that follows Robert's death. Ned Stark brings a quill to a sword fight, writes rightful heir with honest ink, and loses the only game that matters. In the square where mercy could have been staged, the boy king chooses spectacle. Steel falls. A father dies before his daughters, and the realm's quiet seams rip with a sound no one pretends not to hear. That day, oaths loosen. That night, ravens carry new words to old halls. The first crown lifted in defiance is not gilded, but grown from grief. Robb Stark is named king in the north under a canvas of wolf howls and weeping. It is an old title pulled from a stone jar of winter legends, and it sticks because the Lannisters have made honor taste like ash. Robb moves like water, fast and cold, splitting his host and crossing at the twins with a bargain sealed in bread and salt, and promises about a future marriage that will seem far away until it is suddenly near. At the Whispering Wood, the trees listen while Jaime Lannister's bright confidence is unhorsed and bound. The young wolf wins because he chooses where a battle happens before his enemies know there is a choice. On an island of black stone, a different claim smolders. Stannis Baratheon, middle brother, legalist to the Marrero, reads what the law says and what the flesh says and finds them in agreement. The blonde prince is not the king. Melisandre's red shadow stretches across Dragonstone's cold halls. She speaks of smoke and salt, of a lord of light, of a war that makes supper table rivalries look like flicking crumbs. Davos Seaworth, knight of onions and experience, suggests oars and patience. Letters go out naming treason, treason, and illegitimacy, illegitimacy. Renly Baratheon, youngest brother and brightest spectacle, ignores both law and warnings, wears a crown that fits because the Reach holds it to his head, and holds court in a tent bright as a banquet. The first king to fall is the prettiest, in a night that smells of candles, a shadow the shape of Stannis' face, but not his soul passes under a tent flap and leaves Renly with a hole where his future was. Brienne of Tarth, sworn and unbreakable, is framed by grief and steel and flees with Catelyn as the Tyrell host reevaluates breakfast. The Reach slides sideways, careful not to spill, and the Queen of Thorns begins scoring ledger lines no one else can hear. Stannis gathers Storm's End like an answer to a riddle he wrote, and Davos counts the cost of winning with something you cannot later put on a banner. The South discovers that victory earned with shadows casts long, cold consequences. Across the Riverlands, war refactors villages into footnotes. Arya Stark, disguised and diminished, becomes Arry and then Nan, and learns the geography of cruelty at Harrenhal, where the walls look like burned bones, and men like the Tickler ask the same question until answers break. She whispers names to the dark and meets a man who turns whispers into corpses. 3 deaths by 3 doors, and she walks through one at a time. The Brotherhood without banners circulates hope like contraband, singing ballads into cellars, while Lord Beric keeps dying, and Thoros keeps being surprised that prayers sometimes answer back. War makes saints by accident and criminals by convenience. It also makes children old. In the north, Theon Greyjoy confuses a choice for a destiny. Robb sends him as envoy, not as son, and Balon Greyjoy wraps the boy in salt and scorn, naming himself king with iron-born certainty. While Robb chases Lannisters in the south, raiders dot the coastlines with fire, and a foolish plan succeeds just long enough to ruin a life. Theon takes Winterfell with a trick and holds it with terror, killing for authority he does not understand. Bran and Rickon vanish into songs whispered on the road. A pair of charred farm boys tell a lie so loud that even grief hesitates. Reek becomes a name and a forecast. The Godswood watches everything and keeps its counsel. Tywin Lannister treats battles like accounts payable. He marches, faints, and makes other people pay for his learning. At Harrenhal, he eats, listens, and turns the Riverlands into a ledger marked in ash. He understands that Renly's death is an unlocked gate and walks his banners toward opportunity. He also writes quietly to places that appreciate gardens. When the Tyrells decide they prefer victories to ideals, King's Landing changes flavor in an afternoon. Marjorie trades gowns for betrothal, Olenna trades barbs for leverage, and Loras trades mourning for strategy. The capital fills with the sound of roses being counted. Cersei pretends to host. Tywin actually does. Blackwater Bay becomes a bowl for flames. Stannis brings ships and certainty. Tyrion brings wildfire stacked in clay like green sermons. When the chain rises and the harbor closes, men discover there are many ways to drown. Green fire blossoms, air burns, screams warp into something past pitch. The Hound quits the field because fire removes the lies he tells himself about fear. Cersei prepares for last wine. Sansa prays with the poise of someone who has watched too much and still refuses to turn to stone. On the Mud Gate, Tyrion leads with a scar he hasn't earned yet, and words that are braver than he feels. The city survives because planning and accident shake hands. Victory breeds rearrangement. Tyrion wakes in a smaller room and finds gratitude is not a currency the capital accepts. Tywin becomes Hand and drains the air from every chamber he enters. Joffrey sets aside Sansa for Marjorie, choosing spectacle over stability and discovering that he can be applauded for putting away a toy. Sansa learns freedom is a word with trapdoors. Peter obtains a new lordship and a new audience. Varys smiles around the edges and acquires a secret or two more. In the Riverlands, Robb signs letters and bleeds men, winning the kind of victories that lose wars. Roads crisscross fates. Brienne of Tarth drags Jaime toward honor one insult at a time. He tries to bargain with arrogance and discovers it is not accepted tender in the Riverlands. They lose a hand and gain a different language for truth. Qyburn, fallen maester, collects curiosities and debtors. Roose Bolton watches like a winter owl and waits to pick the warmest branch. In the west, Edmure Tully aims an arrow for honor and hits politic by mistake. Fish banners flap while the water goes on not caring. The blackfish glowers and keeps a line taut through chaos. Everyone begins paying attention to weddings. Theon's story collapses inward. Ramsay breaks him down to something that flinches at names. Letters begin arriving at Winterfell's conquerors like jokes written in flayed script. Ironborn pride leaks from old wounds. The Robb keeps a council and finds its chairs emptier each week. The North remembers, but it remembers too many things at once. Bread is counted, crossings are priced. Riverrun receives guests with the politeness of a besieged smile. The rains come down, and the company of the cat considers all the ways rivers can be weapons. At last, the debt is called in a hall strung with garlands. The Red Wedding is not a battle. It is bookkeeping with knives. Music turns to signal. Doors become verdicts. Crossbow strings are sentences. The wolf's head on a body not his own is mockery, sharpened to ritual. Catelyn's last bargain shatters her voice. Robb's crown rolls into silence, and the North's shout becomes a long, stunned breath. Grey Wind dies in a cage, and the twins become a landmark no map can forgive. Walder Frey bags a grudge like grain and calls it harvest. Roose delivers a message with a point. After the butchery, the realm sits very still, as if loud noises might wake a worse thing. The crown keeps its seat. Tywin writes, counts, and takes victory as a given noun rather than a verb. Joffrey parades in gold like a joke that laughs at you. Sansa becomes a pawn that thinks like a rook. Tyrion marries her and learns that sympathy is not the same as sanctuary. Marjorie tends the city like a garden that bites. Olenna looks at swords and sees sums. The Tyrell roses root in Lannister stone, perfuming and poisoning in equal measure. A song about rains falls on a city that believes it is drought-proof. War has scattered the Stark children like seeds. Some take root in hard soil. Arya watches the rain turn pink, then follows death with a teacher who kills because names rhyme. Bran moves through snow and skin, guided by dreams. Hodor, single word, and a trio of children old as moss. Rickon disappears down a road that refuses to explain itself. Beyond the Wall, Jon Snow learns that vows can mean two different things at the same time, and that love can be truer for being impossible. He climbs with Ygritte and discovers that the horizon is a promise you must pay to keep. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys changes from claimant to commander. Astapor's slavers sell her an army, and by a language lesson they do not live to repeat. Dracarys becomes a foreign policy. Unsullied feet drum a beat her heart begins to keep. In Yunkai and Meereen, she learns that conquest is cheaper than governance, that breakers of chains inherit chains in different metals. Jorah keeps counsel and distance. Barristan brings old loyalties and silent worries. A city calls her mother, while its allies call her foreigner. Letters from Westeros sail slower than decisions. When the war empties its pockets, what remains are scars and systems. The Riverlands smoke and starve. Dawn marks grudges and waits, because waiting can be an art. The Vale closes its gates and its eyes, and Lysa writes new letters in a smaller script. The Iron Islands lick wounds and plan smaller crimes. King's Landing becomes a pageant of ceremonies that hide knives. The Reach arranges marriages like irrigation, 1,000 quiet flows. The Westerlands coin jingles more loudly to make up for emptied minds. The Stormlands look for a new surname to wear. The North counts sons. By the measure of a bard, the war ends the day the last loudest wolf is silenced and the lions sleep easy. By the measure of a clerk, it ends when debts are stamped paid and new ones opened. By the measure of the Wall, it has not ended at all, because the enemy that never wrote a letter still travels with night at its back. For now, the crown sits on a narrow boy's head, while a wider man's hand steers the ship. The 5 kings have become 3, then 2, then a memory people quarrel about in taverns. Yet every field remembers boot prints, every river remembers armor, and the songs people sing about this war mispronounce what it cost. There were victories that felt like promises. At the Golden Tooth and the Green Fork, the Lannisters learned that numbers can be fooled and banners can lie. Robb sent a decoy to take a beating and slipped the real knife through the Whispering Wood, where trees crowded close to hear Jaime Lannister's armor ring against the ground. The young wolf won again at the Battle of the Camps, scattering tents and pride, then stitched the Riverlands together with letters and borrowed oath keepers. He sent Theon to Pike because trust looks like hope when you are young and moving. He sent his mother to Parley because truth looks like a mother when you are desperate. He sent ravens everywhere because war is a correspondence course. Each message returned with a price. Promises were broken by kindness as much as by cruelty. Catelyn, watching sons die far away, chose a mother's arithmetic and freed Jaime in exchange for her daughters, who were not truly held where the Lannisters claimed. Brienne took an oath that yoked her to a man she did not admire, and then learned admiration in the ruins of his pride. In a steamy bath, Jaime bared the truth no bard sings, that keeping your word can make the world hate you more than breaking it. Qyburn picked stitches and secrets out of wounds, while Harrenhal taught gallows humor to a generation. Every road Arya walked gained a story that contracted into a name. Every name she spoke lengthened someone else's silence. The loudest mistake Robb made was silk and hope. Love crossed his camp dressed as Talisa, and an old treaty waited under a bridge called the Twins. When Robb married for his heart, he unmapped his army, insulting Walder Frey with a sincerity that stabbed deeper than any jest. Karstark blood spilled afterward in another hall for another set of reasons, and Robb cut off a lord's head because justice had to look like justice even when it felt like amputation. The crown grew heavier with each correct decision that made the next choice worse. By the time the banners turned toward the Twins again, the story had written itself into a corner and sharpened the quill. In Blackwater's Ruin of Light, debts were tallied in screams. Stannis' fleet ate green fire. Davos lost sons and faith, and found in the dark surf the stubborn ember of duty that would not drown. Tyrion led the sortie over a bridge of ships because for 1 hour courage answered calculation, and Sir Mandan's pale blade came for his throat as payment for being useful. The scar he kept became a mirror he could not put down. The power he lost became a rumor others rehearsed in private. When Tywin's riders and the Tyrell host arrived in time to claim they already won, the city learned who gets credit in histories written by victors with better handwriting. Some kinds of dying did not stay finished. In the river's shadows, the Brotherhood without banners kept lighting fires. Beric Dondarrion fought, fell, and stood again because Thoros of Myr's prayers connected. Each time, less of him returned and more of a promise. The Hound, dragged before a god of fire he hated, won a judgment by steel, and then wandered beside Arya, two tempers rhyming. Justice became a campfire story, warming hands without changing the weather. Truly. The North is a compass that mostly points to hunger. It stretches out beyond maps, the educated trust, and names its miles with wind. At its top is a wall of ice that looks like a lie until you stand under it and feel your certainty go small. Some stones are towers. This one is weather. Men in black move across it like ants across a cold plate, keeping old promises because breaking them would mean there was never a point to keeping anything. The Night's Watch recruits with desperation and speaks with oaths. It teaches boys to become brothers by giving them a common enemy called winter. The first lesson beyond the wall is that people are not monsters just because stories say so. Mance Rayder is not a goblin king, but a man who deserted vows because songs deserve better audiences. He has knit the free folk into a patchwork that moves like one garment. Giants ride shaggy mammoths and blow horns that make bones remember they are instruments. Thens cook their meat as a thesis about civilization. Spearwives measure flirtation against spear reach. Varamir counts skins like coins. Most of them want to live more than they want to raid, and they want their children to see summers with names. Jon's road north is a rope woven from betrayal and belief. He rides with Corin Halfhand and learns that winning a war can begin with losing one fight. He spares a red-haired archer named Ygritte. Once, twice, then never again in his heart. He infiltrates a people who do not kneel, climbs a frozen face with them, and sees the world unroll below like a rug you suddenly realize you've been standing on the wrong side of. Love is a cairn they build together on the wrong hill in the wrong season. When duty calls his name, it is Ygritte's voice he hears refusing it. Meanwhile, the Watch proves fragile, not because it lacks courage, but because it is made of men. At Craster's Keep, boys in black accept shelter from a man who feeds the wood with daughters and the snow with sons, and they pretend expedience is neutrality. The old bear Jor Mormont tries to steer a weary column through storms and muttering. Ghost pads in and out of the tree line with warnings the literate can't translate. On the Fist of the First Men, the dead arrive as advance billing for a debt no one meant to owe. Night becomes a verb. When the dead won't stay put, tools become scripture. Samwell Tarly, who shakes like honest pudding, kills an other with a dragonglass knife, and the story shifts its weight. Black obsidian is renamed in mouths as if speech makes it warmer. Later, at the wall, Valyrian steel will say the same sermon in a brighter voice, but for now, the lesson is simple. There are weapons older than lineage, and the wise keep them close. Ravens wheel and refuse to carry optimism. Tracks point toward catastrophe with the confidence of roads. Harrenhal burns in another war, while the Watch learns commerce with catastrophe. Mutiny takes Craster's Keep like a cough you can't pretend is clearing. The old bear dies not in battle but in a dining room, and the world grows 2 sizes too big for Sam in a single hour. Gilly carries a child named for kindness and winter, and together they move south at the pace of footsteps watched by things that once had names. The brothers who stay try to decide whether shame can be marched out of someone with orders. It cannot, but orders are what they have. North of the Fist, the free folk gather at the edge of capacity. If they do not cross, they will die when the white cold moves like fire across the land. If they try, the wall will resist, because its purpose is to make decisions simpler than people are. Mance Rayder plans with maps that include weather and fear. Tormund Giantsbane laughs like a hearth and fights like a collapsed roof. Rattleshirt rattles, Orell flies. A horn sounds sometimes when no lips are near it. The others test edges and take scouts the way frost takes leaves. The climb south is a theft. Jon helps steal the wall one handhold at a time, crampons biting, ropes singing, breath counting itself into bravery. There is a moment when the whole sheet shears and they hang between sky and death, and Ygritte's face holds both. On top, a kingdom of wind greets them, and below the green that means food. They come down changed because anyone who has stood on the wall's crown carries a private horizon afterward. Ygritte keeps her arrows for truths Jon can't bear. He keeps his silence for promises he can't keep. War and weather return together. While southern lords revise marriage math, the Watch takes inventory of arrows and soups. Sir Alliser Thorne sneers into usefulness. Janos Slynt looks like authority the way a scarecrow looks like a farmer. Maester Aemon counsels patience while the weather chooses immediacy. Jon breaks his cover because the people who gave him a name are under it. Ygritte breaks his heart because it had not yet learned to hold two fidelities at once. Olly loses a family and gains a message that will someday choose his hand for him. Then come drums made of ice and bone. Mance's host advances in a crescent of campfires that could be mistaken for a celebration if you ignored the scale. The Thenns bring discipline made ugly. Giants haul a ram big enough to knock the world's door off its hinges. On the far side of the wall, a raiding party attacks from the village, and Pip and Gren discover that being brave is a one-use object you spend on a specific day. The horn calls, arrows lift, oil boils, the scythe sweeps, and the wall remembers why it was built. Castle Black holds because specific people decide not to fall that hour. Gren and his fellows speak the vows in a tunnel, while a giant comes for them like an avalanche with motives. Their bodies become the plug and the prayer. On the walkway, Jon fights a man who looks like the dark mirror of the life he almost chose. The hound is far away. Here the dog is a dire wolf, and it is memory that bites. Ygritte pulls an arrow and leaves a claim. You know nothing becomes benediction and curse. At dawn, with smoke in his throat, Jon keeps breathing. The victory would have been defeat delayed if not for a banner that does not belong. Stannis Baratheon rides north with sell swords paid by another's gold, and the free folk learn what cavalry does to infantry that believed it was negotiating. Mance kneels because survival is larger than pride. Tormund's laughter finds grief. Jon's face learns how crowns end friendships. The Watch, starved of men and meaning, accepts a new balance. Southern power garrisoned at the top of the world. Old vows sharing space with new terms. Peace never really arrives. It only changes clothes. Stannis pounds justice into the snow and tries to hammer kingship onto a people who respect fires for heat, not divinity. Melisandre sees shapes in smoke and thinks they are maps. Davos counts coins and men and glares at solutions that eat children. The Night's Watch changes commanders the way the wind changes directions, each shift causing tents to snap. Janos discovers there are still corners of the realm where cowardice is not a promotion. The boy Olly practices a face he will need. Hardhome begins as mercy and becomes a thesis. Jon crosses the water to gather the living because dead recruiters keep excellent records. He offers ships, dragonglass, and the truth people hate, that enemies make good neighbors when the alternative is being furniture. At first, there is bargaining and spite. Then the air goes thin and the sea stops explaining itself. Dogs howl without knowing why. The mountains pull their hoods up. When the storm breaks, it is not weather, but arrival. The whites pour in like a rumor that finally learned how to run. What breaks at Hardhome is not only wood and bone, it is certainty about scale. Wildling elders with faces like maps fall beside Thenn killers with neat beards. Khasi puts down fear to pick up children, and then finds both are the same weight. The giants swat and burn and drown, and still the tide rises. Jon's Valyrian steel answers like a bell struck in a deep place, and others' blade meets it and loses. Dragonglass stutters into flesh that once hated heat. The gate becomes arithmetic, boats become morality, screams become instructions. On the shore, a new grammar of horror is written in silence. The Night King lifts his arms, and an army stands without breath. Questions about treaties cease to matter. Questions about logistics begin to sing. How many arrows does it take to argue with a sea that climbs onto land? How many cooks can you save before breakfast runs out? The living row backward, exhausted and illuminated by the worst lighthouse ever built. The pale, unblinking ranks on the pier. Davos does not have words. Jon has only oars. After Hardhome, every choice south of the Neck is a luxury purchase. The Watch debates compassion with a calculator. Sam counts books into weapons and discovers that learning can be louder than bells if you build a tall enough library. Gilly teaches the stubborn how to look at babies and see future rather than liability. Maester Aemon, last Targaryen of his line, dies with snow in his beard and a name in his mouth that links two separate tragedies. The Wall, which had always been history, becomes now. The old men run out of old things to say. At the edge of the world, the Free Folk and the Black Brothers learn to share space that barely feeds one set of mouths. Tormund and Ed trade insults until they become currency. Bowmen relearn restraint. Rangers relearn rescue. Val arrives, leaves, and leaves a rumor. Cotter Pike writes letters that could strip paint. Eastwatch learns that every harbor is also a door. Giants mourn. Small children learn new games where the rules include lookout words like blue. In the haunted forest, heart trees keep watching and do not blink. The Wall has always been a story written against a sky. Now the sky writes back. Blue eyes open in places where you hoped only moss lived. Ravens scatter like punctuation. The Lord of Bones loses his title and his chest on the same afternoon. Swords break and are replaced by shovels, then by plans. The Stark name returns to the north like a tired song someone still wants to sing. Winterfell changes hands and flags and ruins and becomes a symbol large enough to shelter an army and a memory at once. Wolves relearn hunting without fathers. In the end, the North's chapters are arguments about what people owe to each other when the cold is a character. The Watch owes the living a wall. The living owe the Watch food. Sworn words owe themselves meaning. Jon dies briefly because oaths are heavier than bodies. Then breath returns to him like a bill come due, and the mathematics of duty change again. The gate opens for former foes. Tormund laughs. Ed sighs. Ghost leans closer. When letters arrive written in flayed grammar, the North counts spears and debts with the same abacus. Beyond all names, the army without heartbeat keeps walking. Hardhome was a portrait. The Long March is the story. The free folk who crossed, the crows who stayed, the southern lord who arrived, the smuggler who keeps counting. Each of them becomes a thread. The Wall towers and waits, knowing that waiting is also action when you are made of ice and vows. In torchlight and on watchtowers, men hold dragonglass and dreams and stare at a horizon that intends to move. The cold seems patient. It is not. It already knows your name. South of the frost line, omens wear respectable clothes. A white raven leaves the citadel and lands on Maester's wrists to declare the season by consensus. Winter is here. Sam, sent to Old Town with Gilly and the child, discovers that knowledge has its own wall made of locked doors and seniority. Yet the books bend. He finds drawings of dragonglass stored in volcanic cliffs at Dragonstone and recipes that turn rumor into method. Ravens go out with new maps of hope. Knives are ground. Fires are banked high for longer nights for now. Exiled beneath the red comet and the wine-dark skies of Essos, Daenerys begins not as a conqueror, but as a pawn traded for ships. In the manse at Pentos, she is promised to a Khal she does not know, her brother's fingers tight on her arm, his crown still made of empty promises. Across the narrow sea, the dragon line has thinned to 2 frightened children and 3 stone eggs. Pretty curios for a wedding feast. Yet the heat of the Dothraki plains bakes away fear. Under the copper sun, she learns the weight of command by learning the weight of herself. How to breathe from the belly on a running horse. How to speak a few sharp words that turn a column. How to draw strength from the rhythm of hooves like drums. She becomes Khaleesi because survival is a language that rewards fluency. The world does not soften, it hardens where she can hold it. She learns the price of power when Drogo falls. A cut grows fever, a promise grows barbs, and Mirri Maz Duur's bitter song turns to ash, the life that might have been. In the Red Waste, sky and sand conspire to erase her. The Khalasar shrinks, the map shrivels, thirst measures time. Grief arrives as a furnace. Daenerys steps into the pyre with a dead husband, 3 rock-hard eggs, and the certainty that everything is ending. At dawn, she stands alive, smoke in her hair, skin unscorched, 3 newborn dragons clinging to shoulders that no longer shrug at destiny. In that instant, she is not a rumor, but a recurrence, a word the world had forgotten how to pronounce. Korth calls itself the greatest city that ever was or will be, and Daenerys arrives with little more than titles. She bargains with mere handfuls of followers, and the thin authority that survival confers. The warlocks whisper through blue-stained lips, tempting her into the House of the Undying with visions that smell of dust and incense. In those shade-haunted halls, she sees future and memory stitched together like torn silk. A king of ashes, a red door, a throne of blades in a snow-filled hall. She learns that prophecy is a mirror that never tells you where the light is coming from. She learns that hospitality with conditions is only a pretty name for theft. She learns that dragons answer riddles with fire. Astapor offers the chance. On the red bricks where men are bought and boys are broken, she stands before slavers who mistake courtesy for weakness. They parade the unsullied, perfect soldiers remade through pain, and they offer a whip to command them. Daenerys barters with dragon bone and contempt, trading one of her hatchlings for every spear. When the moment comes, she speaks in the language the masters did not think she knew, and orders the unsullied to slay their former owners. Drums fall silent, chains fall louder. The city learns a new term for wealth, measured in breaths no longer owned. The first domino tips, a continent shivers. Yunkai sits beyond, its wise masters clinging to profit like barnacles to a keel. The newly freed ride on sand and ash, the unsullied march in lockstep, and Daenerys learns the difference between liberation and occupation. Daario Naharis offers flowers, daggers, and devotion wrapped in a sellsword smile. Jorah Mormont offers counsel weighted by unspoken sins. She takes the Yellow City with bribes, blades, and brimming confidence, and thousands call her Misa, Mother, while caravans empty their chains into the road like rain. The title sticks to her more stubbornly than dust. It will be a blessing and a ledger. Meereen tests her utterly. Its great pyramid pierces a hot haze, and its sons wear gold masks to hide resentment sharp as glass. She chooses to rule, to sit the uncomfortable chair and count the cost of mercy. Grain, sewage, contracts, and courts become her dragons for a season. She weds Hizdar Zolorak to buy peace, and receives masked knives in the dark instead. Barristan Selmy stands like a white tower. Grey Worm bleeds and endures. Missandei steadies the room with quiet wisdom, and still the sons of the Harpy draw blood in alleys that refuse to learn her name. Governing reveals itself as a war without banners. On the day the fighting pits reopen, spectacle and politics braid into a noose. The arena roars, nobles cheer. Beneath the sand, rebellion waits with bronze blades and hidden sigils. The harpies rise in a killing dance and blood slicks the steps. Daenerys is surrounded until fire answers her fear. Drogon drops like a shadow turning into a storm, his scales soaking sunlight, his jaws closing on traitors and tradition alike. She climbs his back raw with heat and terror, and the city shrinks under beating wings. In that moment, she chooses not between mercy and strength, but between suffocation and sky. Out on the green sea, she finds the Dothraki again, not as a child bride, but as a widow claimed by old law. The Khalasar rings her like a horizon of spears, their laughter dry as straw. The temple at Vaes Dothrak smells of smoke, sweat, and fatal certainty. But Daenerys is done surrendering. She lights the Khals' council with kindling words and an ocean of oil, stands unburned in a collapsing inferno, and steps out as more than a survivor. One by one, the Khals' riders kneel. The bells in their braids sing a new song because fear has changed direction. Meanwhile, in Meereen, compromise curdles. Tyrion Lannister, purchased with patience and chance, weighs treaties like coin. He gambles with the master's pride, betting that commerce can leash cruelty. The slavers answer with smoke on the horizon and fire from their ships. When Daenerys returns with a sea of horsehair and a storm of wings, she answers bombardment with dragons. Rookeries burst into heat, masts turn to torches. The masters who preached order kneel parched-throated before a queen who learned order requires more than sermons. Allies arrive on Salt Wind. Theon and Yara Greyjoy offer swift hulls and grimmer oaths, trading their rebellion for a place in a new world. In the pyramid's shadow, old enmities bend just enough to lash together a fleet. The unsullied drill until dawn smells like iron. The Dothraki sharpen their laughter into spears. Missandei and Grey Worm practice a soft language that war will test. Jorah seeks forgiveness while the sun carves maps into his skin. Daario watches the horizon for a future that does not include him and tries to smile as if it does. At last, prows turn west. Sails billow with painted krakens and black dragons. The narrow sea looks smaller beneath wings. Daenerys has traded markets for muster rolls, titles for timetables, and prophecy for weather. The girl sold for an army now commands several. Her council a braid of exiles, freedmen, and broken swordsmiths who learn to hammer policy instead of steel. She has made hard choices, borne harder consequences, and collected the debts of cities who bought their peace with other people's pain. Yet every victory sharpened a paradox. The more lives she frees, the more lives she becomes responsible for. The dragons that symbolize destiny also devour flocks. Justice demands time she does not have. Patience demands seasons she cannot spare. In Essos, she learned the great lesson of rule. Power is not a spell you cast, but a weight you carry. She carries it now toward a home she cannot remember, a birthplace that has become myth inside her mind. The Breaker of Chains is also a builder of obligations, an arithmetic of mercy and force. So Daenerys sails, not as a dream, but as an answer. She brings unsullied faces set like shields, Dothraki throats ready to sing, advisors fluent in suffering, and three great creatures who once were eggs cooling in a velvet nest. Qarth is behind her, Astapor and Yunkai behind her, Meereen behind her but not forgotten. The coin of her future will be minted in Westeros, but its ore was dug in Essos, in slave markets overturned, in alleys where masks left blood, in arenas where the crowd learned to fear fire, and in 1,000 small rooms where a woman discovered she could be the person prophecy described without letting prophecy devour the person. What she learned in Essos now hardens her hope as Westeros finally draws near at last. South of the Neck, power wears perfumes and prayers. After Tywin's death, the capital turns hollow and echoing, its marble corridors filling with whispers instead of certainty. Cersei Lannister, lioness without a leash, decides that fear will do the work respect has abandoned, and begins to rule through locked doors, midnight councils, and a maester who lost his chain but not his curiosity. Coins run short, ships return thin with cargo, and the Iron Bank counts louder than the bells. In velvet shadows, debts and rumors couple and breed. Into that vacuum walks a man with dust on his boots and sermons in his throat. The High Sparrow does not look like a general, but he speaks in formations, aligning the hungry and the humiliated into ranks. He feeds the poor with bread and the rich with shame. When Cersei seeks to humble the Tyrells, she rearms the faith, signing away steel in exchange for satisfaction. Swords sprout on sept steps, stars and swords cut into forearms, and old vows feel newly sharpened. The faith militant takes shape, men who believe that iron in the hand confirms iron in the soul. The first arrests are theater with shackles for props. Loras Tyrell is seized on whispers about the company he keeps. Margaery, a queen who has never lost a crowd, discovers that applause cannot open iron doors. Cersei believes she has arranged a rival's humiliation. Instead, she has invited a power that recognizes no crown. The quiet men with quiet knives become judges, confessions become currency, rumor ripens into sin. Tommen watches, too soft for a season's too hard, and tries to be brave by staying in place while braver people move him. Cersei's long game shortens abruptly. She is summoned, refuses, and finds the cells smell the same whether you enter as the queen or as a cautionary tale. The Walk of Atonement is a street of eyes. Hair shorn, feet bleeding, she endures the world measuring her with broken glass and thrown words. At the keep's gate, a mountain that ought to be dead lifts her gently, and a mother's love ferments into something colder. After humiliation comes calculation. Qyburn's little birds spread and roost. A new court is built of silence and favors. Meanwhile, another southern sun burns with different failures. In Dawn, vengeance calls itself justice and uses family names as blades. Oberyn Martell's death in the capital becomes a spark carried by sea wind back to Sunspear. Prince Doran, patient as tide and just as slow, tries to keep war in its scabbard. Ellaria Sand refuses to wait, and the Sand Snakes turn rumor into knives. A boy prince dies on a painted ship. A lord with a spear in his sigil is cut down in his palace, and the water gardens become a maze of laments. The alliances of summer unravel. Olenna Tyrell, roses wilted but thorns still keen, finds her legacy buried beneath ash that is not yet ash. She parries with Cersei, parries with the sparrow, and discovers that even perfect wit fails against hunger dressed as holiness. Hows count losses instead of harvests. Ravens carry accusations instead of wedding cloaks. Through it all, Tommen is tugged between mother's counsel, wife's grace, and a shepherd's staff held like a scepter. He signs what he is told to sign and believes what he needs to sleep. The capital's final lesson comes green and terrible. Trials are promised, crowds gather, candles are lit in chambers that have not seen fire in generations. The High Sparrow plans a spectacle of contrition that will crown his movement. The Tyrells plan to survive it. Kevan Lannister plans a day with no disasters. Cersei does not arrive. Lancel follows a child through tunnels where dust tastes sweet. The wildfire wakes, remembering a battle fought on black water and deciding to finish the sentence it started. The sept of Baelor turns to light and then nothing. Stone becomes sound, becomes silence. High Sparrow the faithful, Marjorie with her hands half raised, Laura's newly shorn, Mace in his plumes, Kevin steady and good, Lancel crawling toward a truth that kills him. All are undone in one green breath. Windows burst like bells. Ash drifts like new snow on the Red Keep's terraces. In a tower room, Tommen sets down his crown with a tenderness that breaks the heart, steps into empty air, and leaves a mother alone with victory. Cersei claims the throne with wine-dark lipstick and funeral music in her throat. The prophecy she heard as a child keeps breathing behind her ear. She seats herself on iron and declares that fear and fire will keep what love and law could not. Jaime returns to look upon what victory has cost and counts corpses instead of banners. Kinsmen, children, allies, consumed by one decision that solved everything and nothing. The small folk whisper a new name: Queen, Widow, Witch, Usurper, Savior. It depends on which street remembers which kindness or cruelty. Beyond King's Landing, Dorne chooses vengeance as policy. Ellaria and the Sand Snakes strike an alliance with Olenna, grief turning into treaty ink. Varys appears like a rumor that always pays in full. Their pact stretches across sea and season, a promise that the lions who burn the capital will face dragons that remember their birthright. In the Reach, fields stop singing. The granaries that fed the realm sit quiet, because the hands that tilled them lie in char or kneel to a harsher master. War's math arrives in kitchens before it reaches keeps. Faith is a word that does not ask permission. It clothed the poor and armed them. It crowned a boy and then unmade him. Fire is a word that never apologizes. It won a battle on the Blackwater and erased a capital song in a single morning. In the South, these forces braided and burned, changing the game so completely that old rules look like children's riddles. The faith militant taught the nobility that shame can conquer armor. Wildfire taught every house that secrets buried by kings can destroy them worse than enemies ever could. Before the blast, there were smaller fractures that made it possible. Myrcella's death, a princess whose kindness seemed to promise a gentler era, returns to the capital as a silent accusation. Jaime brings home a covered body and an unanswerable question. Cersei receives another prophecy fulfilled and another piece of her heart liquefied into fury. The court shrinks around them as bannermen consider distance wisdom. In that thinning circle, Qyburn builds influence the way other men build walls, stone by stone, favor by favor, and fills empty chairs with function rather than heritage. The High Sparrow's movement feeds on misrule the way a fire feeds on wind. He does not bribe or blackmail. He offers certainty to those bruised by chaos. He speaks of a seven-pointed star that cares more for simple truth than for family crests, and people find hope there because hope is scarce. He forgives, but forgiveness wears manacles. He promises justice, but justice walks barefoot with a cudgel. Tommen visits him and hears a language he can understand: responsibility without cunning, duty without blood. Cersei prepares a trial by combat, placing her faith in the unstoppable corpse she calls Sir Robert Strong. It is a neat solution: law obeyed, enemies crushed, terror restored to its proper place. The High Sparrow counters with doctrine instead of steel, persuading Tommen to outlaw trial by combat altogether. The one weapon Cersei trusted vanishes with a decree read in a boy's uncertain voice. For a queen who has survived by turning rules sideways, the loss feels like a wall without a door. She walks the galleries and measures distances in candlewicks. Jaime tries to solve piety the soldier's way. He rides with Tyrell banners and a golden hand that cannot draw a bowstring, leading an army to the Sepp's very steps. The High Sparrow answers with bare feet and 1,000 murmuring throats. No battle is joined. The swords stay sheathed because the boy king's crown sits between them as fragile as glass. It is the moment many realize that force has limits in a city that believes itself holy. Jaime is sent away to fight wars that feel like echoes, while the real war is fought with hunger and hymns. In Dorne, the missteps accumulate into a coup. Doran's caution, which kept his people alive through storms that wrecked fleets elsewhere, is recast as cowardice by those who want blood. Ellaria kills the patient prince in his courtyard and declares the next war already begun. Trystane dies on a ship he thought would carry him toward marriage. Sunspear is quiet, Chuter plotting with silk and sighs rather than drums. Its next messages will travel by raven and by dagger. The Martell name, once a promise of measured heat, becomes a brand for immediate flame. Meanwhile, the Reach discovers how quickly abundance can vanish. Marjorie's soft power, mastery of smiles and charities, falters under a regime that passes everything as sin. She plays the only game available, adapts, appears contrite, smuggles small advantages in Scripture's margins. She saves her brother from death at the cost of their house's leverage and pays for that bargain in green flame. Olenna leaves the city with no heirs and no patience, stripped to her sharpest self. She does not light the fire. She will live in its light until she finds a way to aim it. The Green Day also rearranges the board beneath banners. Pycelle falls in a laboratory he despised. His long service ended by children he never noticed. Kevin dies in a place he was trying to keep stable, undone by the lie that order can survive corruption indefinitely. With their deaths goes the last pretense that the crown answers to counsel. Cersei surrounds herself with loyal competence rather than loyal heritage, men and women who owe their standing to her directly and therefore have no other altar to kneel at when storms come. Some call it justice, the faith raised high and then answered in kind, a symmetry of destructions. Others call it madness, a city burned because a mother would not endure another humiliation. Both are true. The South does not deal in single meanings. In the aftermath, bells ring for funerals that cannot be held. Ash is swept into sacks and scattered in the river. The Red Keep echoes strangely at night as if the stones remember the heat. Tommen is given every honor a king deserves, and none of the chances a boy deserved. From these ashes, alliances grow that would have been unthinkable a year before. The Tyrell matriarch aligns with Dorne not because she loves vipers, but because vipers hate lions today. Varys stitches this compact to another, whispering of a queen across the sea who dislikes slavery and enjoys solutions that do not wobble. Ravens fly toward Meereen carrying signatures instead of swords. When sails finally appear on Blackwater Bay, they will carry answers to questions Cersei thought she had already solved or burned away. The lesson for the South is as plain as the black scorch marks on the Sepp's foundation. Faith can lift or break kings. Fire can end arguments forever. Together, they make a language that every house must learn to read or be erased by. Cersei, armored in grief, decides that fear will be the grammar of her new reign. The Faith learns the oldest rule. When you threaten the powerful, you must be ready to withstand what power truly is. The realm watches, counts who is left, and waits for dragons that have stared into temples and pyramids and never blinked. Both endure. Snow falls like sifted chalk across a country bled by other people's wars. In the north, banners are scarce and grudges plentiful. Jon Snow returns from death carrying duties he did not ask for and a scar stitched with old oaths. Sansa Stark rides beside him, no longer a courtesan of southern courts, but a winter-hardened strategist who understands what men like Ramsay Bolton leave behind when they leave a room. Their letters crossed the frozen miles, parchment turned into weapons. Ramsay writes with glee, makes threats into puzzles, and promises to feed hounds with history. Jon writes with rage and restraint, the paper straining to hold both. They ride to old doors and knock with names: Mormont, Serwyn, Hornwood, Glover, Mazine, Manderley. Each house receives the Stark pitch and measures it against fear, memory, and grain stores that are never full enough. Lyanna Mormont answers for her bears with words that weigh as much as men. A child queen who knows what loyalty costs. Some say yes because they remember Ned. Some say no because they remember coffins. Davos Seaworth adds flint to the fire, making the case for decency with sailor's bluntness. Tormund brings free folk who would rather follow a wolf than kneel to a flayed man. The muster looks like a prayer separating ice from wind. Numbers do not lie, even when hope does. Jon's camp is small, its column of fires a thin necklace on the snow. Sansa counsels patience and more ravens. Jon counts days of grain and horses that cannot wait. They consider besieging Winterfell and find mathematics that will starve their courage before it starves their enemy. Sansa writes a letter whose ink we do not read and sends it south with the only currency left that always spends, pride swallowed. In the distance, Petyr Baelish watches from a saddle he pretends is humility and calculates how many hearts one timely charge can rent. On the eve of battle, omens multiply. Davos finds kindling that used to be a stake and imagines a little girl's mitten turning to smoke. Jon visits his sister's tent and promises not to make the mistake every brother makes, to save a sibling at the cost of an army. Sansa tells him that Ramsay will force that choice anyway, because cruelty is his favorite strategy. Melisandre prays to a fire that looks small under such a sky. The wind speaks in old northern vowels. Pickets curse the cold with affection because it is theirs. Dawn edges the world with tin and bone. Ramsay deploys behind pikes and shields like a man who grew up reading other men's nightmares. He brings Rickon Stark forward, saws the air with a knife, and sets the boy running across open ground toward a brother whose blood will not let him stand still. Arrows chase the child like wolves. Jon breaks, because men do break when they are brothers first and generals after. He rides alone into range. Rickon falls. The trap closes. Cavalry crashes. The first minutes write the day's thesis in mud and screams. What follows is pressure. Ramsay's line forms a half-moon and tightens. Shields thump, pikes bite, drums measure suffocation. Bodies climb into a wall no one ordered built. Men drown in air that cannot find them. Jon's horse dies under him, and the world rights itself to mud and breath and blades. Tormund shouts until his voice frays. Small Jon Umber swings his long sword like a bell ringer tolling doom. Free folk fight like stories and die like men. The Boltons' discipline is a machine. Step, brace, thrust, withdraw. Repeat until hope sounds like a myth. In the crush, Jon rises and falls like a swimmer trapped under ice. The camera breathes with him. A hand, a face, a gasp sandwiched by armor. He surfaces into snow that looks like mercy and hears only the drum. The circle tightens. They will be erased by geometry in another dozen beats. Then horns sound from a new horizon, and hundreds of hooves write a different fate across the field. The knights of the Vale arrive in ordered waves, spears leveled, banners snapping like cold fire. Littlefinger looks down on chaos and claims it was charity. The Bolton formation buckles, then breaks. Tormund drags down Small John and kills a friendship that never was. Wun Wun, a last giant walking in a world that forgot his language, smashes men and timber with grief for grammar. Jon sees open ground and pushes the remnant forward. Ramsay retreats, calm as an accountant who has misplaced a page, to the walls of Winterfell. The gate holds until it does not. Wun Wun, pierced by a forest of arrows, bursts the timber with a final roar and kneels without meaning to pray. He dies looking at a sky that never once spoke back. Inside the yard where she once sowed, Sansa watches a future knit together from blood and resolve. Jon beats Ramsay like a drum that long deserved breaking, then stops because a sister is watching. In the kennels where screams used to be sport, Sansa ends it with logic Ramsay himself taught the world, loosing his own hounds upon him, waiting while loyalty remembers which hand did the beating. She does not look away. It is not mercy, it is completion. The North takes one long, cold breath. After battle comes budgeting. The dead are counted and burned. The living are counted and fed. The banners that bent now decide whether to rise. Lyanna Mormont shames grown lords with a speech that sounds like granite, naming cowardice without heat and loyalty without flattery. One by one, heads dip. Jon is declared king in the North in a hall that remembers another young wolf and the song that died around him. The words taste like promise and warning both. Sansa smiles and does the math of knives in assembly rooms. The North remade is not a fairy tale, just a sturdier weather pattern. Wildlings hammer stakes beside farmers. Blacksmiths share stories with raiders who stole their hinges last winter. The Weirwoods stand and watch, their faces leaking wisdom that hurts to look at. Winter has arrived as more than a proverb. The ravens that reach the Godswood are white. Castle Black smells of smoke and old vows. The wall groans like an old door that knows which wind is knocking. Beyond that door, an army neither living nor dead files its minutes in the cold. Sansa's agency, sharpened by suffering, stays sharp. She knows that gratitude buys nothing with men like Littlefinger, whose gifts always carry interest. She thanks him for the cavalry and refuses him the realm he keeps trying to rent. Later they will argue in shadows about crowns and debts, but for now she builds a North that remembers without repeating. She walks the yard that Ramsay haunted and orders pens rebuilt for dogs that will be fed, not weaponized. She chooses where to hang banners and decides that some walls deserve sunlight. The battle's legend will be drawn in charcoal and snow, but the truth is simpler and heavier. It was a rescue paid for with strangers and a victory purchased with a giant's life. It was a sister deciding that survival is not the same as justice and making them rhyme anyway. It was a bastard refusing to let a letter define him, and a hall full of Northerners deciding that names can be forgiven when deeds are right. It was the North remembering, then choosing a future that might hold against the storm coming down. Beyond the cheering and the smoke, ravens are already in the air, carrying darker news. Winter's teeth are almost at the throat, and every warm hall must learn to bite. The battle was victory, not reprieve. The North's work begins again. colder than before now. Alliances are sometimes born like campfires in wet snow, coaxed, shielded, then finally catching. Before the dead arrive, the living make their peace in halls that remember older winters. Ravens have flown for months, promises spent like coins, and now every oath finds its test at Winterfell. Swords come with history attached, so do faces. Daenerys crosses the yard beneath cold stars and sees in every northern stair a ledger of old grievances. Jon stands between her and the carved heart tree, asking the North to trust a fire they did not light. Down in the crypts, stone kings keep their quiet council. Above them, the castle prepares for a night that will not end by dawn alone. Iron is hammered, obsidian is fletched, and maps learn the shape of fear. Trenches to light, bottlenecks to hold, a godswood baited with living hope. Tyrion studies the room and decides that cleverness is a candle, not a sun. Brienne receives a knighthood not from a sept, but from a friend who finally speaks her worth aloud. The circle around the fire fills with small confessions that sound like prayers. Arya and Gendry choose warmth. Podrick chooses a song that eases the stone in everyone's chest. When the dead arrive, they do not knock. The wind shifts, the torches gutter, and the Dothraki ride into a dark that eats fire. From the battlements, thousands of little stars lift and then vanish, swallowed whole. The first lesson is simple and brutal. Numbers do not impress death. Unsullied stand like a wall that learned to breathe. Northern levies hold because there is nowhere left to go. Dragons dive, scream, and set the world ceiling ablaze. In the sky, Jon and Daenerys lose the ground and find a storm made of teeth. Snow turns to sparks and back again. Inside the castle, plans turn to corridors. Gendry runs, Arya runs faster, Hound curses, Beric trades his last fire for a girl's chance to live. Doors open and close with new purpose. The library becomes a lake of silence that Arya crosses without a ripple until the dead notice the mistake of letting her breathe. Outside, Grey Worm lights the trench because duty is sometimes a flame you leap through. Melisandre's hands shake, then steady. The ditch ignites like a necklace around the castle's throat. The knight briefly looks surprised. In the Godswood, Bran travels backward while the battle moves forward. He watches crows drag the sky like ink and lets Theon stand between him and the past. Theon's arrows find eyes until they can't. He looks at the boy he burned without flame and hears forgiveness given without ceremony. He charges because there is nothing else left to do and falls in a place he chose. Above the walls, giants crush, then fall. Lyanna Mormont answers sighs with stubbornness and turns a monster's breath into her last act. Courage is not a height, it is a decision. Beneath the storm, the Night King arrives as if weather wore a crown. He does not hurry. He does not speak. He simply walks through fire that refuses to touch him, and the music forgets its heart for a measure. Jon chases him into a ruin of stones and bodies, screaming at a figure that will not duel because victory needn't be personal. The Night King raises his hands and unknits the world. Friends open their eyes wrong. Allies stand up on unfamiliar feet. The dead become the battle's second wave, and courage must be paid for twice. In the crypts, the safest place becomes a fable that cannot hold. History literally rises. Ned's quiet smile stays stone, but other kings give bones grudgingly to the dark. Sansa and Tyrion hide behind sarcophagi and the thin armor of everything they once were to each other. She hands him a dragonglass dagger and a look that amounts to a vow. If this is the end, it will be brave. Varys counts with his breath. Missandei prays with her hands. Children cry because prophecy does not cover their names. On the ramparts, Daenerys steps down from the sky and learns that kingship does not keep teeth from finding skin. Jorah becomes a wall made of one man, and it is almost enough. Each time Daenerys rises, he drags the night back an inch so her heart can keep beating. She kills the dead with steel because fire is elsewhere, and the old knight holds until wounds write his full history across him. He dies saying nothing new because his loyalty was always the only sentence he cared to speak. Jon finds himself blocked by a dragon-breathing winter. He screams at a creature whose flame is frost and cannot change the logic of it. Arya slips through that logic instead. She moves like a question the dead never learned to answer. In the Godswood, the Night King approaches Bran, and the world narrows to the sound of snow falling on old leaves. The White Walkers arrange themselves like punctuation in a sentence that thinks it has already ended. The blade drops, then rises, then changes hands mid-air without asking permission from fate. The point finds blue glass, and a story that once looked endless discovers it can conclude. The dead collapse like breath taken back. Winter stops advancing. The living do not cheer, they sag. Dawn arrives without music because it doesn't need any. Bodies that were enemies yesterday lie beside bodies that were enemies centuries ago. Melisandre walks into the snow and chooses rest. Ghost limps and survives. The survivors count their names aloud to prove they still have them. A great threat is finished. A greater tangle remains, because the living must always return to the grammar of food, fealty, and fault. Funerals teach the night to say thank you. Pyres row the courtyard in ordered light. Sansa pins a direwolf to Theon's chest because forgiveness deserves evidence. Jon speaks as if words can lift names into a safer sky. Silence answers, then wind. Afterward, cups are filled, chairs pulled together, and victory feels like a room where nobody knows what comes next. Gendry is made lord of a place he never asked for. Brienne writes new pages beside Jaime and finally receives what she gave away for years: regard that recognizes its source. The accounting grows colder, dragons are fewer, and ships multiply. Half a realm nods politely and opens gates, the other half closes shutters when dragons pass. News travels quicker than ravens. Who sat where, who drank what, who smiled at whose name. Jon learns what blood means in languages without vowels: leverage, legend, and danger. Secrets are told because secrets are burdens, and burdens search for shoulders. The North, having survived death, returns to the problem of trust. Alliances of necessity must now survive necessity's end. What the long night ends is simple. What it reveals is not. It proves that courage can thread a needle in the snow, that loyalty can be a final language, that prophecy can share a bed with pragmatism and not ruin the sheets. It also proves that victory does not heal suspicion, and that old wounds keep their maps. Winterfell stands not because its walls are perfect, but because enough people chose to stand inside them together. The world exhales. Somewhere far to the south, a bell will ring one day soon, and the promise inside that sound will become the hinge of another story. For now, the snow remembers where heroes fell. Ed at the gate, Beric in a corridor, Lyanna beneath a giant's hand, Jorah in a storm of teeth, Theon in a grove that forgave him, and countless names that mattered to someone for reasons history will never catalogue. Blue eyes fade, Viserion's torn wings finally fold. In every courtyard, the silence feels earned. Tacticians meet maps with red eyes and shaking fingers. The grain stores held, the wells ran clean. The horses that lived can be counted without using the toes. Rhaegal bleeds, but breathes. Ghost returns missing pieces and keeps his share of the moon. The Unsullied stand at attention even when they sit. The North looks at Daenerys and sees both salvation and rent due, looks at Jon and sees both brother and banner. The free folk already think about Thor and Road. And yet, in rooms where warmth gathers, another chill develops. The war against oblivion required no crown. The wars that follow will want one or many. Titles wake hungry. Old sigils flutter toward new fire. The feast after the funeral becomes a voting booth without ballots. A glance is a speech. A toast is a treaty. The quiet that follows the long night is not silence. It is one long breath the realm takes before it argues with itself again. Some debts thaw slowly, revealing interest, collateral, and inevitable collectors waiting. After the dead, politics returns like weather, less theatrical than a storm, more relentless. Winterfell's hall, warmed by shared survival, cools around small distances that multiply. The North thanks Daenerys for the dawn and questions the noon that follows. She feels glances that refuse to kneel. Jon wrestles with a truth that gives him nothing he wants. Names can be crowns, and crowns are magnets for knives. Sansa counts grain before promises. Tyrion measures hope against history and finds both short. Southward, the war becomes a problem of streets and ships. Cersei stockpiles food, sells it back to a starving city at the price of loyalty, and fills the Red Keep with sellswords. Qyburn studs the walls with scorpions, iron mouths that speak only in spearheads. In Dragonstone's chambers, maps look smaller when placed beside dwindling dragons. Council runs in circles, bumping into grief at each turn. Daenerys studies the narrow sea as if it were a sentence with dangerous clauses hidden under waves. The sea proves the first judge. Euron's fleet waits with angles and distance solved, and Rhaegal never finishes his next breath. Sky becomes red confetti. The world below counts a dragon as a number that can go to 0. Survivors claw ashore while ships break. Grey Worm pulls men from surf and learns the name loss in a new dialect. Missandei is taken. Chains return to a woman who had forgotten their grammar. Fury becomes the only garment that fits. At the city walls, an envoy poses like a painting designed for flaws. Tyrion speaks reason in a city built on appetite. Qyburn replies with polite doom. Above Missandei stands unarmed, punctuation at the end of Hope's sentence. Her last word is the first she loved, Dracarys. The mountain obeys a queen instead. Heads fall, hearts follow. Daenerys says nothing, and in the silence everyone hears something different, most of it dangerous. Varys returns to letters, that old profession of quiet rebellion. He counts kitchens, watches ships, studies faces in candlelight, and decides that mercy can be arithmetic. If the realm is the patient, his quill is a surgeon's knife. Tyrion watches and chooses differently, placing faith in a woman who is already lonely at the center of her cause. Jon receives truth he cannot carry and hands it back to fate, as if secrecy were a river he could return to its source. On Dragonstone's steps, betrayal meets its audience in ash and wind. Varys removes his rings because he understands symbols. They are the clothes ideas wear. Drogon breathes, and the master of whisperers becomes the clearest whisper in the world. Daenerys speaks of love as a chain and fear as a key. She turns the key. Shadows lengthen around her like counsel that has run out of synonyms. War remains, narrower, hotter, and now entirely personal. The march south feels like a descent, even when the road climbs. Snow has not reached these fields, but another kind of winter has. Jon rides beside soldiers who will follow him anywhere and wonders whether anywhere includes a place he cannot forgive. Tyrion frees Jaime with hands that still remember shackles and asks for bells to be the language of surrender. If they ring, the city lives. It is the last bet he can find. At sunrise, the armies arrange themselves into opinions. The Golden Company stands orderly until the lid is removed. Northmen, Unsullied, and Dothraki gather as a coalition of necessities. On the walls, scorpions wait. In the bay, the Iron Fleet trusts geometry. When Drogon arrives, he does not fight the last battle again. He dives under angles, strafes blind spots, and turns wood to splinters. The fleet burns like a map erased in reverse. The walls give up the argument. Gates explode, horses write new grammar across Lannister lines, and contracts vanish in flame. Inside the city, fear sprints ahead of fire. Civilians pour through alleys, clutching memories they can carry. Jon orders restraint like a prayer. Grey Worm hears a different sermon, one preached at a gallows. The bells finally ring, clean and high, a fragile music that admits defeat. The city collectively kneels and waits for mercy to mean what it says. Then comes the controversy of a generation. Daenerys looks at a surrendered city and sees a ledger, not innocence a mother on a wall, a friend without a head, 1,000 refused welcomes, a throne made of knives. Her face closes like a door. Drogon lifts, fire unspools, streets become kilns, shadows glaze onto stone, panic multiplies cruelty, soldiers drop swords, then pick them up for different work. Jon loses command of the hour and fights his own to halt the victory. Elsewhere in the falling city, old debts seek balance. The Hound escorts Arya to a threshold and refuses to let her cross. He gives her what he never received, a chance to leave the fire before it becomes home. He goes alone, meets his brother in a stairwell that forgets verticality. Clegane Bowl is gravity ending. Stone falls, flame rises, and the men who defined each other vanish together. Jaime, called back by something distance never cured, finds Cersei in the heart of collapsing privilege. Their love remains a poor design that nevertheless held them aloft for years. He leads her toward an exit that architecture refuses. The Red Keep, built by dragons, becomes a tomb by accident and perhaps intention. Bricks fall like verdicts handed down by history. They die in each other's arms because that is the only promise they ever kept. Arya becomes our instrument for tallying the price. She runs through streets that forget their names. She is knocked down, stands, helps, fails, tries again. Every verb a human can be under ash. She offers a woman and child time, then watches time run out. A white horse appears like a sentence the city whispers to her. Leave. She rides out while cinders drift like unseasonable snow, carrying a message the story will still be reading days later. When the flames quiet, the city is a bowl of smoke. Tyrion walks through the ruin as if searching for an argument strong enough to rewind hours. He finds his siblings beneath a ceiling that could not choose which stone to spare and weeps as a son rather than a hand. Grey Worm organizes the aftermath with the calm of a ledger balanced by zeros. The Unsullied treat surrender as a trick that must be answered with certainty. Jon watches and recognizes victory indistinguishable from loss. Tyrion tries words again. He tells Daenerys the bells were a plea answered with sentence. She answers that new worlds require new tongues. He drops the hand's brooch because his vocabulary has ended. A rest follows. Jon visits and hears his name pronounced as destiny and as threat, sometimes in the same syllable. Love, in this room, is another weapon on the table. Duty stands in the doorway and will not sit. Before anything changes, the throne room returns to stillness. Daenerys steps into the hall she saw in visions. Roof fallen, ash drifting, a throne more sculpture than chair. She touches it like a pilgrim touches a relic. Jon arrives carrying every contradiction that raised him. They speak of better worlds. She sells him tomorrow for the price of today. He pays with a dagger between a heartbeat and a breath. She dies in the house she came to claim. Drogon does not understand the specifics, only the shape. He roars, melts the throne into a river of regret, and lifts what remains of his mother into a sky suddenly too large. The symbol she pursued becomes smoke. The instrument that mutilated families becomes molten. The dream survives her and changes owners because dreams are not loyal. The war, declared in her name, ends because the name disappears into the east. What remains is a city, a council, and a question. What now? What now becomes the last war's final act, the war over definition. Who is a prisoner and who is a kingmaker? What does justice mean when every law just burned? Sansa thinks of the north first. Davos translates rage into fish and lumber. Brienne closes a book with new pages. Arya chooses water over walls. Grey Worm chooses ships because justice, to him, must travel. In the Dragon Pit, a council uses laughter as mortar. Sam proposes democracy. The realm blinks. Edmure rises, auditions, and gently sits. Tyrion offers a path, rulers chosen by the lords, then chosen again. Messy, survivable, new. The boy who never chased crowns becomes king. Bran accepts, not with pride, but with the calm of someone beyond wanting. Sentences are handed out like weather suited to each region. Jon is returned to the Night's Watch, an institution now more idea than garrison. It fits him because he was always more border than center. Sansa claims the North's independence without apology. Arya sails west with questions for Wind to answer. Tyrion resumes labor as hand, building as penance. Grey Worm carries his fallen queen's justice to Narth. The wheel is not broken, not really, but it groans on a new axle. Thus, the last war ends not with clear victory, but with rearranged furniture. The dragon proved that fire can edit a map. The council proved that maps require hands more than flames. King's Landing will remember soot as a season. The realm will remember that a city can ring surrender and still scream. We remember that power without restraint becomes heat, and heat unthinking. Thrones can be shattered literally and figuratively. What remains is the work that begins after the credits. People choosing. Steady, ordinary, hard, and hopeful work. The storm has spent itself, but its shapes linger in puddles and soot-dark corners. Morning does not fix what night broke. It merely offers light enough to begin. The realm stands awkwardly, like a person learning to walk after a long illness. Every step is a small negotiation with balance. The war songs fade to murmurs, and murmurs learn the grammar of daily bread, rebuilt roofs, and names written carefully in new ink. Bran the Broken rules by listening. The boy who fell now sees farther than towers ever could. He appoints hands to do the holding, Tyrion to count, Bronn to collect, Davos to ferry, Brienne to remember, and lets councils be the throne. He does not swing swords. He doesn't need to. His reign is a quilt, mismatched squares sewn into warmth, dull to look at, excellent to live under. Sansa wears a crown that never learned to glitter. Her coronation is northern, fur, stone, vows that sound like chores, and love. The North is free to keep the duties it understands, feed its people, remember its dead, require oaths that can be kept. She governs like a long winter, strict with rations, generous with shelter, uninterested in theater and noise. Arya points her compass at a blank edge and sails west, into margins once labeled with monsters. She prefers questions to monuments. The horizon is a promise, not a plan. She counts sunsets, teaches knots to hands that learned knives, keeps needle wrapped, not hidden. When strangers ask her story, she shrugs, names a friend, and lets the ocean answer. Jon Snow returns to the language that understands him. Cold air, open sky, duty without heralds. The Watch endures as a compromise nobody loves, and so everyone accepts. It becomes a border patrol and a refuge. Jon rides with the free folk because peace sometimes waits where the world thins. Ghost pads beside him, white and scarred, better than a banner. Around them, smaller stories breathe. Brienne closes a book with lines that choose truth over gossip. Podrick pushes a chair for a king competently. Gendry signs ledgers and plans roads instead of chasing rumors. Sam stands in a library's light and insists the realm needs unpaid questions. Grey Worm carries a queen's memory to Naath. Missandei's name is the prayer on that shore. King's Landing becomes a city of scaffolds and seeds. Children play in streets that still sometimes cough up glass. Shopkeepers sweep ash into piles that sprout weeds and then flowers. Bells ring for weddings now, for market hours, for nothing more than habit. Some corners hoard their anger, and that is honest too. Walls remember both who protected them and who failed. The river forgets more quickly. It always does. The realm's new experiment, lords choosing rulers rather than birth alone, does not make poets sing, but it keeps scribes busy and soldiers bored, which is a victory disguised as tedium. Famine, pirates, flooded bridges, and foolish taxes resume their work as the real antagonists of daily life. Councils meet and adjourn. Letters travel. A few are even answered. When arguments rise too high, someone quotes the cost of rebuilding docks, and the volume lowers. What was it all for? Not for a chair that melted, not for a prophecy that broke under ordinary hearts. Perhaps for smaller mercies. A girl who sleeps without a list, a lord who listens, then orders. A city grows tomatoes where ash fell. Power is a tool, not a temple. Memory is a road that loops to check the living. Stories are bridges we cross toward meaning and rest. In Winterfell's Godswood, leaves burn red in autumn. Children ask why the faces in the bark look sad. An old answer is best. Trees know time better than we do. Down south, orange groves make shade that smells like grace. On the wall, the wind rehearses the same song. Far west, a girl watches the sun sink into an ocean that swallows kings and names. She smiles without audience. This is where we leave them, a king who seeks, a queen who chooses duty, a wanderer following curiosity, a guardian who finds peace by walking beyond it. The map quiets. It fills with markets reopening and festivals that forget winners. There will be trials and births, arguments and songs, and hands offered without being asked. So take one last look at the throne room without a throne, at the yard where wolves once played, at stones cooling overnight. Match breathing to a realm relearning daylight. We have seen what winter takes. Now watch what patient seasons give back. Close your eyes. Let banners be only fabric, swords only metal cooling on the wall. Let names arrange themselves into a lullaby. Let the story become sea again, wide, forgiving, and tonight, very gently, still.